Spectrum Sports and the Hy-Vee Game of the Week brings you great track and field action. For more than 60 years, the best of Missouri high school track have come to William Chrisman High School for this early season track classic. It's the 61st annual Bill Summa Invitational on Spectrum Sports. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rod Zook along with Nate Hill. Nate, good to have you with us. This is a very early season track meet, but don't let that fool you. We're going to see some really great times today.
We are. This is the second meet of the season for most of these teams, led by none other than sprint phenom Zaya Akins from Raytown South. She's scheduled to run in the 100, 200, and 400. She's the state record holder in two of those, the 2 and the 4. Oh, and by the way, she's undefeated in her high school career. She's
also the fastest 400-meter runner in the nation. In high school, she could, with the weather as nice as it is, eclipse the 52-second barrier. Other than that, other great performances. We've already seen a 9:05 3,200 meters in the elite race earlier today. We'll have highlights of that. Also, it is early in the season, like we said. If you're a coach or a runner, what are some of the things you're looking for this early on?
Well, most of these teams have been practicing for over a month now, so they're logging a lot of miles. They're building that base. These meets, especially early on, are kind of like a treat. They get a break from all the practice. They get to have fun, compete against a lot of familiar faces, and competition we typically wouldn't see until later in the season in regionals and state. We're only in the second week of the season, and we're going to see some great competition today.
It is going to be great. The middle distance runners start things off as always. It's the girls and boys 4x800 meter relays when coverage of the Bill Summa Invitational returns right after this on Spectrum.
Welcome back to coverage of the 61st Bill Summa Invitational Track Meet in Independence, Missouri. Nate Hill along with Rod Zook. And the first of several events this afternoon, the girls 4x800 meter relay. This is a timed final. There's one heat. There are 8 teams in this race, starting off with Blue Spring South in lane 1, coming in with the fastest seed time of 9:47.69. Liberty in lane 2, Liberty North in lane 3. Park Hill starting off in lane 4, Rockbridge in lane 5, Grain Valley in lane 6, Fort Osage in lane 7, and Grandview rounding it out on the outside in lane 8. All but 2 teams have seed times, Fort Osage and Grandview not coming in with a seed time. Rod?
Blue Springs, of course, 9:47 early on. That's not bad. 800-meter runners traditionally wired a little bit different. They don't, they're not the fastest at this time of the year usually. That doesn't mean we're not going to see some pretty good times, but right now, 800-meter runners working more on their endurance than their speed. The rest of that comes a little bit later. But we are ready to go. The 61st Bill Summa Invitational, one of the longest running track meets in Missouri.
And they are underway. And Rod, teams probably don't have a concrete order of runners, or maybe even runners on the relay team early in the season like this, right?
Well, you don't. You're really just trying to, you're trying to get kids in shape. So you may run some kids in this race that might not normally run it. And you're still trying to build up some base and get a little bit of endurance, and that is for sure. Before the speed comes, you got to have the lung power to get yourself around the track twice. It's they call it an 800-meter run. It's more of an 800-meter sprint. So definitely they're going to be working on a lot of different things, and the season's still very young, like you said.
Blue Spring South out to the early lead. You saw all the girls cut in after the 100-meter mark, so nobody really jockeying for position there. Plenty of room, plenty of time. Each of these runners will run 2 laps. For Blue Spring South in the lead as we come down the home stretch for the first of 2 laps for this leadoff runner.
That's Ashlyn Warrenbrock leading the way.
Looks like it's a 2-team race here early on, and this is beautiful weather. You know, in Kansas, you never know what you're going to get this early in the season. It could be 40 and rainy, or it could be 85 with 30-mile-an-hour winds. I think today we're somewhere in between those two. We started off at 61 degrees. It's supposed to get up to 67 today. A little breezy out there, but not too bad. It could be a lot worse here in Kansas, so probably shouldn't complain about the weather today.
And here in Missouri, too.
Sure, in Missouri, you're right.
We're just on the other side of the river.
Just the other side, yes.
The weather has been much less than cooperative. That's Fort Osage out in front now. Second leg of the heat of the 4x800.
Pretty sizable lead there as they finish up the first leg. Coming down the home stretch, a strong finish here for the...
That's Paige Franks,
Paige
Fort Osage.
These will be open handoffs, plenty of time, so we'll see closed handoffs in the later relays, the 4x1 and the 4x2, but the key there is just to get the stick around.
It is. You want to take steps and then turn. Usually the rule is take 2 or 3 steps, then turn and look back to your opponent with an open hand. Try not to reach for the baton. Let the person with the baton come to you instead of you trying to grab it. That can result in some drops if you're not careful. The Fort Osage still out in front, looking comfortable.
So with the 800 meters and those longer distance races, Rod, do you prefer to be out in front? I mean, this is a pretty big lead early in the race. Would you rather run in a pack?
I think you want to be out in front, because one thing that happens in this race, and you'll see it later in the 4x400, how big a chance do you want to take if you're in second place to try to reel in that person ahead of you? If you can put some cushion between you and the rest of the field, it forces them to have to make decisions quickly about how they're going to either try to pursue you or just hold their ground and try to stay in second place.
Fort Osage, Blue Springs South. 1 and 2 so far. First of 2 laps for the second leg runners.
Fort Osage ran 2:27 in that first leg. That's not bad this early in the season.
That's a great split. The crowd here at the Bill Summa Invite is strong as always. They take a lot of pride in this meet, and they should. A couple new features this year. They have a new javelin runway that they're pretty excited about, and there's also the pole vault, the raised pole vault runway, which they're coming right at us there in the infield, and they have that with the wind, I'm sure it looks like. So you don't want to be going against the wind with the pole vault. But you know, being my first year last year here and seeing it again this year, the features and kind of characteristics of this meet remind me a lot of a college track and field meet, not just high school. So they do a great job here. They have a lot to be proud of. Great tradition. The longest standing track meet in the state of Missouri. So it's great to be a part of this, and it's going to be a great day.
It is. So actually you see Fort Osage still out in front, 1 leg to go here, or 2 legs, I should say.
Blue Springs South made up some ground on that last leg. Could come down to the wire between those 2 teams.
And I said 2 legs. It is just 1 leg. This is it.
So Blue Springs South came in with a seed time of 9:47. Fort Osage, they didn't have a seed time, so there's one of those when you see the no time, the NT, you just don't know. So we can see that they're very competitive, and this has turned out to be a great race.
It is going to be a great race. That is Molly Hayes from Blue Springs, overhauling her opponent and now out in front. Just a lap and about 75 meters to go here at our first race of the day, the 4x800. And I will correct myself again, there is still 1 more leg after this.
And it looks like we have a new second place team now. Liberty taking second so far, passing up Fort Osage, and now making up some ground on Blue Springs South's anchor leg.
Well, it's a two-team race again, but it's not the same two teams that have been battling here for the first part of this race.
Shows you how long of a race that is, because Liberty was really not in this for the first couple legs. As they come around for the final 200 meters of this race, anchor legs, Blue Springs South and Liberty, and this is going to be a close one.
That's Ariana Ruiz in second place. Now this sets up, when you're this close, handoffs become important. You don't think about that much here in a 4x800, but they still are, because any steps now in a race this close are important. So if you can get out, get two very quick steps and get the handoff without having to stutter step or without having to make your runner reach for you, make it as seamless as possible as they come here for the handoffs.
This is the final leg.
This is the final. We'll get it there.
We'll get it. That's all right. Now Blue Springs South is starting to lengthen that lead around the first curve of the anchor leg, first of 2 laps for these runners. And Ruiz did a good job of bringing Liberty back into that race, and just not enough, though, to pass up Blue Springs South before that final handoff.
It looks like Haley Neff running for Blue Springs South. Really starting to stretch it out now, too. That's a great looking stride. Look at the stride. Hands coming across the center line just a little bit, but not much. Everything very efficient, moving forward and backwards as she tries to stretch out that lead just a little bit. This is when it gets a little bit tough. You have a lead like that. How much can you bring to the table here in the last 400 meters? And if you're in second place, how much can you take the chance on trying to close the gap? But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Blue Springs South, again, 9:47 their seed time coming into this, so they are outstanding in this meet, especially this early on. 9:47 is a great time. We don't know if they'll get there this time, but they're already at 9:02, so it is not going to be particularly quick compared to what their seed times are, but it's certainly going to be fast enough.
And she's staying pretty strong. She ran a really strong first lap. So did Liberty's runner, and it looks like they might lap a team here on the final 200 meters, but she does have a nice stride and looks relaxed. And that's something that the runners can continue to work on as the season goes on, and it is early, but
you see her head starting to move around just a little bit. It's hard, but she is starting to drive now. Good kick. As Neff will lead Blue Springs South to victory here in our first event of the 61st Bill Summa Invitational. Blue Springs South winning the girls 4x800 meter relay. And still not a bad time. She turned in a pretty quick last quarter, or last half-mile leg, ran 2:22, ends up with a unofficially 9:55.84. So not too bad, not far off from what they have clocked already this year.
Liberty takes second with a time of 10:04.35.
And they are the only two teams that have finished right now. Liberty North just now clocking in, and that's still not a bad time this early in the year, 10:28. But that's just how far the first two teams left everyone else behind in this race. You see Fort Osage just now finishing. Remember, they led this race for the first 2 legs.
You got to wonder if they probably went with the strategy of let's try to get out to an early lead and try to hang on to it as much as we can.
Yeah,
right?
we call that front loading or stacking, if you want, where you put your kids up in the front and you just hope the others can hang on or see what they can do. A little bit of a character builder there when you do that.
Sure, yeah. Yep, a little pressure, some pressure on legs 3 and 4, but and it is being a relay, it is the entire team. So you could have a couple standouts that have really good times, but if the other runners aren't, you know, up to speed, pardon the pun, it can be hard to compete and win.
So Blue Springs South wins it as they power the way to victory here in the Bill Summa Invitational. And they'll bring out the boys, and we'll get ready for that race. And this will be interesting. We talked about just 8 teams in the girls' race. There are 16 teams in this, which makes the first handoff always just a little bit interesting because it gets very, very crowded when you're trying to get that first handoff. We talk about the importance of getting that handoff away. Well, this is going to show it right here after this first leg when this race gets underway.
And the cut-in too on that, around that first 100 meters, is going to be a little tighter than it was in the girls' race.
There you see a happy group of young ladies, winners of the 4x800.
Always like to see the camaraderie between the relay team members. I always enjoyed relays more than the individual events because it was a team and you didn't want to let your teammates down, and just all the, you know, being able to hang out before and after the race, warming up, being able to compete together, it's special.
See this big pack of runners. Now the way they're going to start this is a double waterfall start. It's a curved line that's on the track. Lanes 1 through 4 will run in those lanes until they get to the cut line, which is on the other side of the track at about 100 meters. The runners on the outside, lanes 4 or 5, 6, 7, and 8 will run in those lanes until they get to the cut line. So if you're in lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, you can move into lane 5. The rest of the runners who are starting about 10 meters back will be able to cut into lane 1 right away. So you'll see basically 2 groups of runners, and you can, they will cut in then at 100 meters.
So what's the ideal position on this? If you're running the first leg, where do you want to be?
I always like being, probably about middle of the stack in the back.
Okay. Because my thought is, as I look at this, I look at those last 4 runners on the back, on the closest to us, I'm thinking they got the raw end of the deal here.
Well,
but maybe not.
Anybody in the middle, and of course, you got to take care of everybody. The whole thing is protect that 1 foot square around you and protect it with all you've got. You may have to get some elbows out a little bit and move around a little bit, but the whole thing right here is the first handoff. It is going to really be something when we get going here. So the boys, 4x800, Liberty North, 8:11 so far this season. Then Liberty, Rockhurst, Blue Springs South, Green Valley, Hermitage, Lincoln Prep, Neosho, Rich Hill, Park Hill South, Staley, Park Hill, Battle, William Chrisman High School, Grandview, and Raytown. As we are underway, you see the 2 groups of runners, and then they will cut in right at the end of the curve here.
And it looks like the outside runner, one of the runners on the outside, was able to cut in first, and it looks clean. Haven't seen anybody fall or trip up, so that's good.
Not pushing or shoving yet, and they're moving pretty good. That's 30 at the 200 mark, so not too bad. Field already getting strung out a little bit.
I would think on the first leg you have a tendency maybe to run a little bit faster than you should just to get a good position, and that's something that will probably come with time throughout the season for the first legs, not to go out too fast, but be able to establish yourself early in the race.
That's Justin Horn leading the way in number 272. Trying to get the splits here. We do have a clock up here in the booth that does give us splits, but it does take a little bit of time for them to start popping up. Al Horn giving up first place.
It looks like, is that Rockhurst?
It is Rockhurst out in front. We saw some pretty good performances from them in the middle distance races last year.
We did, and they have some sprinters too that are usually in the mix, so I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more about Rockhurst as the afternoon goes on.
And that is William Hayes of Rockhurst. Starting to stretch the lead out a little bit as they get the first handoff. Right now, everything clean. The field strung out pretty well, which is making it much easier. And of course, once you get done running, you want to just hold your position. You don't want to have anybody run up behind you and hit you.
Right. make yourself small.
Make yourself
skinny,
very
right?
small. Don't turn towards the track. Don't turn towards the field. Just hold your position and make them run around you. But try to avoid the collisions.
We got a tight pack up here in the front. Rockhurst still in the lead. We have 3 more teams right on the heels of Rockhurst.
That's Liberty in third. Pack of 4 now. You see them heading towards the front stretch, completing the first lap of their leg. Number 659, that is Andrew Davis. Rockhurst now being overhauled, and just like that, he goes from first to third with 1 lap to go.
Second fight field event. Girls triple jump, girls pole vault, girls shot put, boys long jump.
The first leg for Rockhurst, 2:03. Liberty ran a 2:04. So did Blue Springs South. Not too bad this early in the season.
I like the lead runner's shades. He's looking good. Good eye
got the
protection.
shades.
Yep, he's rocking the shades. They're staying on. That's good.
Hopefully everybody's shoes stay on this year,
right.
too. That's Quentin Falk, by the way, who is running now, wearing bib 90 for Blue Springs South. Still out in front as we get ready for the second exchange. And here they come, all in a line. All the handoffs are solid. Boy, and a big sprint coming out of this. Sometimes that does happen. When you get to the third leg, sometimes that's when everybody really starts to push the pedal down and really get off to a quick start. And that's what we're kind of seeing right here. It is Liberty North back out in front.
And it looks to be a 4-team race at this point.
It's going to stay that way, I think. They're starting to put some pretty good distance between them and the rest of the field. Second place, that's Blue Springs South. Rockhurst, who led most of the second leg, first and second leg of this race, back in 4th place now. That is trying to get a bib number for you. The bib numbers are a little bit small, but we will try to get all we can for you.
Looks like that's 395.
Hey, 60.
Caden Kleinen of Liberty North.
Probably see a lot of these kids a little bit later on in the 800. It might be a little bit too soon for the 1600, which is coming up here in just a little bit, but definitely in the 800 later on.
And these 4 runners have done a pretty good job of staying together, but here comes Rockhurst. Overtaking the lead. That looks like
that is August Thompson. Powering away. They're going to have to deal with a lapped runner here in a little bit right here at the exchange, and they managed to get around him.
Strong run there.
And a great handoff. You see how much distance they were able to put between themselves and second place. Just a great start. A great handoff.
Takes a little bit of pressure off of the anchor leg. And that's Brendan Kerr on the anchor leg for Rockhurst.
Kerr's going to try to make everybody else chase him down right here.
Still a 4-team race, but you see they've spread out a little bit as the race has gone on. So not quite as tight of a pack as it was on the last leg.
So Rockhurst still out in front. Liberty North trying to stay with them. One lap to go at 7:12.
That's Colin Kleinen for Liberty North on the anchor leg in second place behind Rockhurst.
300 meters to go. Looks like Kleinen might have tried to use up a little bit too much energy to try to catch up to the team from Rockhurst.
And you can see Kerr is starting to labor a little bit. He's starting to struggle. His head's kind of moving around and kind of shrugged his shoulders a little bit. He keeps kind of dipping a little bit, trying to find a little bit more oomph as he finishes up this race.
He's got 100 meters to go, and the others give him pursuit, but don't know if they can catch him or not. Big sprint here at the end. It's going to be close, but it looks like Rockhurst will hang on for the win, and they do. We'll get the final time, 8 minutes, 11 seconds. Liberty North finishes in second, 8:12:24. Portage next in 8:14:04. Blue Spring South ends up in fourth place, running 8 minutes and 19 seconds. So not a bad time this early in the year, 8:11. Again, half milers not always at their best this early in the season, working on a lot more endurance than speed. So sometimes the numbers may not look that good this early on, but they are still quite strong. 8:11, certainly nothing to worry about. It'll get much, much better before the season is over. The rest of the runners making their way across the finish line as we finish up, and are getting the hurdles out and getting ready for that, because when we come back, it will be the girls' 100-meter hurdles. You saw that last handoff right there. And then the finish for Rockhurst.
He had just enough to finish.
Just enough.
First.
If it's 10 more meters, it's going to be over. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's the girls' 100-meter high hurdles as coverage of the 61st annual Bill Summa Invitational returns in a moment. Spectrum's coverage of the 61st Bill Summa Invitational continuing now as we take to the sprints. It's the girls' 100-meter hurdles. 4 flights in this event, and they are led by Grace Parsons, who we'll see here in just a little while from Rock Bridge. But I'll tell you what, Nate, when you are looking at this last heat, the 4th heat that'll be coming up, 7 of the 8 runners already under the 16-second mark in this event. This is going to be one loaded field when we get down towards the 3rd and 4th heats.
It is. There are some fast times here, and because this is a time final, just because you're not in the last heat, the quote-unquote fastest heat, doesn't mean you can't place high up, and we saw that last year. I believe, didn't we saw a runner that was
in the 400 meters.
In the 400 meters that ended up winning it. So we're going to see the seed times get faster as the heats progress. But yes, we could see in the overall final, because some meets will have prelims and then finals. This is a time final, so it's one which helps the runners, the sprinters, be able to focus knowing that they have one and that's it. It's one and done. They don't have to worry about prelims and then go to finals. But usually the faster times are going to be later in the heats. But don't count out the runners in these early heats either.
It's going to be a good race to watch. And one thing about that, as far as we're concerned on Spectrum, is everybody gets on the camera too.
That's right.
So,
exactly. Yep. And some meets that might not happen just because of the way the meets run. But yes, everybody gets their time, so that's good to see. This is where you also see on the track where they're volunteers are much appreciated when it comes to setting up these hurdles. There's a lot of them to set up. You got to make sure they're all lined up. They're at the proper height, and so the crew does a really good job out here and making sure they get those on and then back off and then raise those for the boys when their heats come up.
See the uniforms of the host high school, William Christman, the Bears. This is a great facility. This facility sits at a little bit of an angle, so even though the wind's coming out of the south, it's not coming straight across the track. It's coming more right to left at an angle from turn 3 over to turn 1, so to speak. But this is a great facility. It sits down in a valley, in a kind of a depression area, and the wind really not too big of a factor. We were down on the track earlier, and it's really not bad. And it's a lot warmer down along the track. The AstroTurf, you don't think about that, but that does generate some heat.
Sure. Yeah.
And it does make the track much warmer than maybe it is for the fans sitting up here in the stands, where that breeze is a little bit chilly right now.
And the wind should not be much of a factor on these straightaways for the hurdles and the 100 coming up a little bit later. Probably a little bit more in the 400. That first turn. On the third turn, or the second turn coming into the straightaway at the end, that actually is where you'd have a little bit of wind at your back.
So Jalen Taylor in lane 2, Madison Harris of Hermitage in lane 3, Brielle Howard of Fort Osage in lane 4, Liberty Myers in lane 5, Jordan Walters in lane 6 as we're underway in the first heat of 4 of the girls 4x100, or I'm sorry, the girls 100-meter high hurdles. And at lane 5, Liberty Myers of William Christman, the host school, coming away with the win.
Great start for her. Nice form. She was able to get over all the hurdles with no problem. She led from start to finish there.
A little out of balance. See your arms coming back just a little bit. Keep them at least by your side. But winning that heat, 18:73 is the final time. We'll get to heat 2 in lane 1 from Raytown South, Machira Tharp. In lane 2, it's Chloe Hutchinson. Jane German from Grain Valley in lane 3. Fiona McNeil of Raytown South in lane 4. Bessie Savoda of Bentonville in lane 5. Rainey Harris of Neosho in lane 6. Cameron Harris of St. Teresa's in lane 7. And Mariel Fields of Park Hill in lane 8. The fastest seed time out of this group is McNeil. A 17:66 so far. She is in lane 4.
And this race through the rest for the girls 100-meter hurdles, all 8 lanes will be filled up. In the first heat, we had lanes 1, 7, and 8 were open, but it's going to be packed from here on out.
In the blocks, ready to go. It looks like we are going to miss a couple of people out of this one too.
I spoke too soon. I noticed that after I said that. Looks like lane 1 is open, and maybe 8.
That is Raytown South. That is McNeil now being overhauled by Sabota. Sabota over the last hurdle and through the line.
And Swoboda made that look really easy. She's pretty tall, so looks like she was able to, didn't have to jump quite as high to get over the hurdles, but you can see she jumped over those with ease.
She also beat her seed time by a pretty good spell, 16:58, not bad for this time of the year. Over the hurdles easily and on her way to a win here in her heat of the 100-meter hurdles. They keep things moving along here well. Let's get the third section of 4 here of the girls 100-meter hurdles out of Liberty North. That is Amy Gates, Bailey Garrison of Liberty North in lane 2, Meredith Flynn of Blue Springs South in lane 3, Neosho's Jasmine Washington in lane 4. She has the fastest seat time in this heat at 16:58. Truman's Caitlin Wink in lane 5, Nevaeh Clausen of Green Valley in lane 6, Karina Cox in lane 7, and Mary Kimmerly of Liberty North in lane 8.
So 3 of the 8 runners in this race, in this heat, all from Liberty North, 2 of which are going to be lined up right next to each other. Amy Gates and Bailey Garrison in lanes 1 and 2.
In the blue uniforms, Jasmine Washington in lane 4. Ready to go here. You got to keep yourself under control here at the start. You don't get to work on starts very much, and right out of the blocks very quickly. That is Wink. Wink still out in front, still running well. 1 hurdle to go, and in lane 5, Caitlin Wink. Truman with the win.
That was a close race for second. Clausen and then Kimberly out in lane 8 started to make a move, and then in lane 2 there's Bailey Garrison as well. But Wink held on for the win.
Clausen was in it right there too and had a chance until she hit the last hurdle, and that ended her chances of getting closer. 16:42 the final time. So not bad. For this time of the year, still very early. And here we go. This is the heat we've been waiting for. This is going to be fast. From Truman, Jaden Harrell in lane 1, Bentonville's Kylie Wright in lane 2, Mackenzie Moratina of Park Hill in lane 3, Grace Parsons in lane 4. From Grandview, Jordan McGee in lane 5. In lane 6, battles Jalea Brookins. In lane 7, Katie Cullum of Bentonville, and in lane 8, Jordan Butler. How important, you've done sprints before, how important this early in the season to be able to get yourself in the blocks comfortable and risk that temptation to get geeked up and maybe jump the gun.
That's right. It's hard to do. You got to stay focused, and for the hurdlers, it's not just the start, but after a few steps, you have something in your way, so you have to stay focused throughout the entire race. Sprinters, and we'll see the 100 coming up, really the start, and they have different phases of their race. But for the hurdlers, they have a lot to keep in mind. There's a lot to stay focused on throughout the race.
And it is all about timing. If you hit your first hurdle, it's going to make the rest of your race really, really tough. If you start banging hurdles in the first or second one that you encounter, it does become much more difficult along the way. Remember, most of these kids will use 3 steps. When you say 3-step method, that is 3 steps between each hurdle. So you're trying to run as fast as you can. It may not be your natural running motion. You've got to run what the hurdles tell you you could run, not what you want to be able to run. So it's basically 3 steps between hurdles. Some can alternate and do 4.
Looks like there was an issue with maybe one of the foot pads on the starting block for Jayla Brookins, but they got that sorted out, and that's a good test to stay focused and make sure you don't get distracted when something like that happens. So they were able to clean that up, and it looks like they're ready to start the 4th and final heat of the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
Grace Parsons in lane 4. Oh, there's a little bit of a lean, but they don't shoot the gun. And out of the blocks very quickly is Jordan McGee. McGee out in front. McGee's still there. Halfway through the race, McGee hanging on to a 2-step lead. Oh, and a big fall, and Jordan McGee ends up winning in a time of 15:34. Well, it looked like Parsons just stayed in the block. She just did not get off to a good start. It looked like McGee almost false started. It was extremely close.
And you'll see just outside of McGee is Jayla Brookins from Battle. You hate to see this. She hits that second to last hurdle and falls down. Hope she's okay. Looks like they're tending to her now on the track.
Yeah, they are. That was a hard fall. Very easy to hurt your wrist when you do that. You just instinctively stick your hands out, and you can hurt a wrist or an elbow. Not to mention the fact that the track just wants to remove the skin off of you too.
And she's getting up, so that's good to see. Well,
this track is painful. You don't want to fall. I mean, they're soft.
Right.
As far as the physical landing, but you don't slide on one of these. When you hit the track, you pretty much stop right where you land. So
and we haven't had
be pretty painful.
And we haven't had a lot of warm days to soften that track up, so it's pretty hard. You're right.
She's going to take a seat on that turf and warm up just a little bit. That was so close to a false start right there. And Jordan McGee just looked like she almost leaned out of the block. She got off to a great start because she just nailed that start. So here it is in lane 5. Actually, the jump almost came out of lane 6.
Rob Brookins, yeah, you're right. She had a little bit of a little rock, a little jump too. That was a great start, and she held her composure throughout the race. We knew that was going to be a fast heat, and it was.
Our third man broadcasting with us today, Dion Clisson. He is down on the field. Let's go to him now.
Meter hurdles. Weather's always key this part of this time of the season, early part of the year. How nice is it to have just a nice warm day, not a ton of breeze, just be able to get out and run?
It feels good. You know, it's not too cold, so I won't pull nothing. It's not too hot, so I won't feel drained. But it was good.
Well, you beat your seed time to just a little bit. Is that good to just kind of keep building as the season goes on?
Yes, it do. It does. I feel good about it. I'm gonna get better and better. Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll be hearing from Dion throughout the day. They're moving the hurdles around a little bit, and we get to the boys' 110 high hurdles. And 3 sections of this. Jason Howard of Grandview, Connor Payton, Micah Stafford-Hewlin, Christian Landcar, Jackson Stewart, Kobe Johnson, and Levi Dennison here in this first of 3 heats. There you see them. They're lined up lanes 1 through 7.
She brought up a good point about staying loose and not having to stretch too much. When the weather's a little warmer like this, that helps get the muscles warmed up. You still want to stay stretched out in between races. You'll see a lot of the runners warming up before. They'll cool down after, and you want to stay loose in between those, especially if you're running, a few races, because you may finish one, may have to wait a while depending on where your event is in the meet, but it is important to stay loose.
You got to stay rested, but you also got to keep moving around a little bit. The warmer weather, like you said so well, is going to certainly help. It has not been a great start to the spring, and this is certainly the exception. We have a beautiful day here. It might be a little cool for some of the fans, but it's just about perfect if you're going to be running. As we see them lining up here, they're in the blocks. The 1 of 3 of the boys' 100-meter high hurdles. Everybody away cleanly. That is Lanier. And also giving chase. That is Stafford-Hewlin. When they're neck and neck as they hit the line.
What a finish! 2 teammates having fun. That's awesome. I'm sure they've battled it out like that at practice several times. So
Lanier 1670. Stewart ends up running a 1673. That is less than half a step. That's almost shoulder to shoulder.
And Stewart was on his heels the entire time, and then he got a little sneaky lean in there at the end. But watch this as yep.
Oh, and they both hit the last hurdle.
Lanier hit the second to last, and that gave him a little bit.
You see them look over at each other like, I don't know who won.
From here it looked like Stewart did, but now I'm thinking Lanier took it. Let's see. We have a result on that. It has to be pretty close.
It was Lanier.
It was Lanier. Okay.
300ths of a second.
Yep. Oh, that's great.
There's nothing like having that on your team to get you faster. Nothing makes you faster than a teammate that's running right there with you.
Yeah,
so.
There's a week's worth of trash talking right there, too, after this one, between this and the next meet. I'm sure they're going to have fun with that.
Got a couple empty lanes here. We're going to run down the second heat for you. Isaac Hamilton of Liberty North, then Brandon Browning of Truman, Jordan Smith of Park Hill, Blue Springs South, Logan McClanahan, Battle High School's Samson Ojo.
All right, gentlemen, let's come back. Pull your sweat.
Liberty
Stand
North,
in front of your block.
Colin Madison in lane 6, Yorwin Dang of Staley in lane 7, and Cash Anderson of Liberty North in lane 8. The fastest time belongs to McClanahan. He's in lane 4, 15:54, which is good. And then you get to the last heat. We have 3 runners in that third heat, all under the 15-second mark. As the runners trying to get themselves loosened up, take as much time as you can, get yourself comfortable in the blocks.
Liberty North well represented in this heat, lanes 1, 6, and 8. And a pretty tight field there. Those seat times are really close, lanes 3 through 6.
We did have a false start. That one was pretty blatant. Looked like out in lane 7. Yoran Dang. He is done for this race. And you only get one shot at it, and then you're finished. There are various ways of doing this. One and done.
On your mark.
If you false start, everybody has one, and then the next one you're done. Just depends on the meet and the rules that you're following. Everybody back in the blocks now, trying to regroup. That wasn't just a small false start either. That one was just a bit too ambitious as we are ready to go. Everybody out cleanly this time. For McClanahan, now out in lane 6. Madison, he runs away with it.
He looked really strong, and he has really good form. He was striding over those hurdles. I think he's pretty happy with that time.
It is 15:12. Ojo ends up in second at 15:47.
And Madison came
running
in
pretty good too.
Madison came in with a seat time of 15:67, so that's not a bad PR right there.
Well, you got to think some of that. You really got to think the weather has something to do with that. I mean, it really is the first really nice day. I mean, it hasn't been overly cold, but it's been so windy for the last 2 weeks. This is certainly good to see. Let's run down this next heat. This is going to really be something. Kamani Atkins of Winnetonka, 15:36. Staley's Jeremiah Kelly in lane 2. Amir Williams of Raytown in lane 3. Asher Bugs Tipton of Green City in lane 4. Raytown South's James Watkins in lane 5. Davian Stokes of Blue Springs South in lane 6. Park Hills Landon Julson in lane 7, and Bentonville's Ethan Grigg in lane 8. And Green City's Asher Bugs Tipton, 14:04 early on in this season.
Flirting with 13 already. How about that? And that's a team we have not said yet before. First Green City athlete runner so far. So we'll see how many. We're not sure how many runners they brought to the meet, but he's definitely coming in with the fastest time. Of course, that's why they run the race, so no guarantees with any of these, but that is a really fast time, especially this early in the season. So if Madison's time, his finish in the last heat is any indication, might see some more fast times in this one. We'll have to see also how Madison comes out in the end, since it is a timed final. You have to think that 15:12 is gonna place fairly high. You would think, but we'll have to wait and see.
Ethan Grigg, left of your screen. Again, it looks like Jolson of Park Hill not in lane 7. So lanes 1 through 6, and then you see Grigg out there all by himself.
Set.
The blocks look at lane 4. Everybody away well. That is Bugs Tipton. Still out in front. And running away with it. Boy, that's going to be a good time. That will be solid. 13:95.
There you go. How about that?
That is the way to get your season going early, and it was not even close. He was 3 steps ahead of everybody in that event.
He looked very strong. He actually hit that third hurdle. It didn't make much of a difference. It might have propelled him a little bit more, but what a great run by him. And you know, his start was not, he got out, but it was pretty even there up to that first hurdle, but he's one of those that you technically cannot continue to run faster. You get to a certain point, it's who slows down the least. But if you watch that race and you see how he kind of built his momentum as the race went on, he looked to continue to increase his speed throughout that race.
Great strides, great timing, and very, very solid. Coming up next, it's the girls' 100-meter dash as they clear the hurdles away. 5 heats of this event. At the fastest time from Raytown South, we'll get our first look at Zaya Akins. And when we come back, it's coverage of the Bill Summa Invitational returns right after this. Well, if there's any indication of what we have seen so far, we're in for a really good day as far as performance-wise. We just saw a sub-14 110 high hurdles, and we'll probably see some pretty explosive times here. We're going to get our first look at arguably one of the best high school runners in the nation here as we get the first look at Zaya Akins. It's still a couple of races away here, but it's coming here in the girls' 100-meter dash. This is really going to be something special. And we talk about her a lot, but all of these times are really good, especially the last 2 heats. All of this is pretty solid.
Yeah, and these are time finals, so there's no prelims. Everybody runs once, and then they just kind of filter everything out. So we saw a runner in the boys' race, Colin Madison. He was in the second of 3 heats with that 15:12, and he placed 4th overall.
Set.
A little jittery getting out of the blocks. Now we're underway. In lane 4, that's Reagan Weber. Weber looking strong, still out in front. In the yellow jersey, and almost gets pipped right at the end, but I think she hung on for the win. No, it is Essex winning 13:67 just by a nose. That is in lane 6, right at the end. Janice Essex, right there, just pips her right at the last step. Well, it doesn't show that on the camera.
You're right.
But that's not the way it came out on the clock.
Oh, John Neese Essex from Winnetonka.
Yeah.
In the yellow.
It is in the yellow.
Yes,
we got it.
In lane 5. Yep.
That's right.
And it was lane 6.
And
Paro Payne came through.
Okay.
And finished in second.
There we go.
Close race.
It was. So let's go on to the second heat. They don't waste much time. They get them right into the blocks. Lila Smith in lane 1. Ada Fedina of Rockbridge in lane 2. Sina Butts of Raytown in lane 3. Deanne Benjamin of Truman in lane 4. Madison Hardley in lane 5. Kirsten Parker of Green Valley in lane 6. Marlon Galotto of William Chrisman in lane 7. And Rylan Moritz of Neosho in lane 8. The second of 5 heats of the girls' 100-meter dash.
Set.
Cleanly. Lane 3. That's Butts out in front. Looking very good. Striding her way to win.
And that was one of the few races where there was no overlap in teams. Everybody in that heat was from a different school.
Sinea Butts, 13:26, not bad. In lane 3 in the blue. Head very still, nice form. Comes away with a win in section 2 of 5 here in the girls' 100 meters. Mackenzie Kirkwood is in lane 1 in this third race. Mariah Bucksouth of Liberty North in lane 2. Jada Calvert of Winnetonka in lane 3. Laniva Fateau of Fort Osage in lane 4. Mariah Tucker in lane 5. Cassara Easy of Blue Springs South in lane 6. Alaya Dean in lane 7. And Amari Morrison in lane 8. There you see the starting lineup.
And these seed times, Rod, if you take a look at these, this is really tight. We're looking at anything from 13:22 to 13:34.
Which is about half a step. If everybody decides to run their seed time, we'll have a dead heat.
We might have to have some instant replays on that one.
See them jumping up and down, so important to sprinters get that fast twitch muscles loosened up and going. It's so easy coming out of the blocks to hurt one of those, hurt a calf,
it looks
quad
like
muscle.
Laniva Fateh from Fort Osage is not running in lane 4. Lane 4 is going to be open.
He sat back in the blocks a little bit there, but now everybody underway. In lane 3, it's Calvert. And I believe she is going to hang on for the win. Calvert in 13:06. Jada Calvert, Winnetonka, a nice time, 13:06. That drops her previous best this season by a good spell.
Lane 4s and 7 were open, but if we get a photo finish, if we get a finish line picture on this, they ended up kind of all coming up to their respective seat times. I think it was pretty close, but she clearly was the winner. There they come in, pretty close.
Not a bad time, 13:06. Bucksouth, second, 13:20. You see Cassara right there from Blue Springs, 13:20 as well. So yeah, there were a couple of shoulder-to-shoulder finishes in that heat. So here we go.
All right, ladies, come back and
This
stand in front of
is
your blocks, please.
section 4 of the girls' 100-meter dash. Ava Tobias, Callie Schuster of North Platte, Allie Chester of Liberty North, Allen in lane 4, Tom in lane 5, Jones in lane 6, Williams in lane 7, McAfee in lane 8.
We should start to see some 12-second times come into this race. You can all see the crowd starting to move up on the sidelines there in anticipation of Zaya Akins in the next heat.
All lanes are full in this one. Tobias and Allen. And now it is Jones in lane 6. Kaya Jones, a battle. 12:81. Allen comes in second at 13:03. And Tobias next at 13:26. But in lane 6, nice run by Jones. I know we've been hyping this up a little bit, but I think it's probably going to live up to the hype. And here we go from Lincoln Prep. It is Carter White, Lincoln Prep in lane 1. Lisa Ball of Park Hill in lane 2. North Platte's Olivia Rogers in lane 3. Zaya Akins, best time in the state of Missouri ever in this event, with an 11:32 in lane 4. Shavi Flowers in lane 5. Sunday Crane in lane 6. Journey Gaines in lane 7. Jamari Irvin in lane 8. And there she is, Zaya Akins, the fastest 400-meter runner in the nation. That's still a little ways down the road here today. We'll see her a couple of times. This girl can just flat run.
She can. It's special to be able to watch her run. Somebody of this caliber and speed. Wearing the black and red today. She'll be donning blue and white next year. She is planning on going to the University of Kentucky to further her track career, and she has high aspirations. She doesn't want to stop there. She wants to compete, be able to run in the 2024 Olympics, and then her dad was talking about her going pro after that. So it'll be exciting to see where she goes from here. But This is exciting.
Back in the blocks just a little bit. There you see her just pulling away. It's a great leg turnover for as big as she is. She can just really run. She blows through everybody in 11:74, just missing the all-time state record by just a few tenths of a second. And for this early in the season, not bad.
Not bad at all. Look at that.
What makes her so good is just that form.
Yeah, that is that's high level. you don't that's not something that most high school runners are able to possess. She works very hard. She trains a lot. She works on her form, and you can see that there. And probably not one of her best starts, but still a very, very impressive time. So she's got it's a long season. I know she's going to be working on a lot, and I think we're going to go down to Dawn Clisso now, who is with Zaya Akins.
Come out, get good weather. When you're going through these races early in the season, what kind of goals are you setting for yourself?
Just really to have fun, do what I know how to do. It's my senior year. I feel like I don't have anything I don't have to impress anybody. So I'm just doing what I can do and having fun.
Well, it's funny when you're getting ready to run your race, you can see that they were commenting that people were coming over to run the track. Is that fun to know that other track, the kids and everybody's looking for your races?
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, it gets eyes not only on me, but other people as well. So.
Well, that's great. Well, good luck. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
And she's sporting, we're going to date ourselves, the Florence Griffin Joyner fingernails, too.
Yes,
from back in the 80s.
That's right. I heard her in an interview this past summer when she was running after her race, and that's who she gets the inspiration from was FloJo. So
it's not hard to.
Yeah,
One of the all-time greats in USA women's track. So you're going to see something a little bit different here, and it's great to see. Jason Wilson from Green Valley. You see one runner in a wheelchair, one participant in a wheelchair. And that will be in this first heat of the boys 100-meter dash, along with Jackson Hicks, Joshua Allen, Cedric Thompson, and Emilio Ricarte. Always great to see. We had a couple of those last year in the 400 and the 100.
We did.
Wilson is from Green Valley.
Set.
First heat, we're underway. It's a close race. It's Thomas right now. Thomas still pulling away, and he wins that one.
And here comes Wilson. Crowd cheering him on.
These bikes don't move very well on this track. It's so soft. The track is soft. It is not like pumping one of these bikes on an asphalt street where you move just a little bit better. But he ends up getting in 32.98. 11.56 for Cedric Thomas. Not bad for this time of the year. He eclipses his previous best by a spell. Lane 6 in the red. The center red one. Away with a nice win.
So strong. Yeah.
Let's take a check of the lineup in section 2 from Truman. Davon Toombs, William Chrisman's Javarian Jeffries, Staley's Jason Mosley Jr., Ty Williams of Green Valley in lane 5, and Darian Patterson in lane 6. You see the fastest time there, Nate. Jason Mosley, 11.74.
Starting to see the 11s kind of creep into these races, and then we'll probably be getting down into the 10s here in a few heats.
KCK that's fast in the world.
I think so.
Mo Green and Maurice.
All right, gentlemen, come back and stand in front of your blocks, please.
Looks like we may have a couple of empty lanes here. We'll sort all of that out for you. Great to have you with us on a Saturday afternoon, 61st Bill Summa Invitational. They pay tribute to him and all he has done for track and field, not just here at this school, but basically for the Kansas City area, Missouri. He's been a great promoter of running for a very long time.
Taught and coached here for 30 years.
Yeah. Didn't beat everybody.
Recently passed. Paid very deserving tribute to him earlier today. There's the lineup. 1174, Mosley Jr. In lane 4.
Set.
They're underway. Mosley off to a good start. In the middle of your screen, in the green, starting to pull away. And he hits the tape. In 1161. A little bit faster than his seed time, so improving.
You can see here, good stride, upright. If anything, maybe a little bit too up and down. A little bit stiff, but still pretty good form. Keeps everything in control. Keeps his face relaxed. You can see his cheeks kind of bouncing there. That's good. You don't want to clench the jaw, so he stayed fairly relaxed. Good race for him. Good start to this.
Like he came up out of the blocks rather quick. You want to just get your first 3 steps and start rising up out of the blocks. You want to stand up immediately.
Kind of works against you when you do that, yeah.
So let's take a check of section 3. Colton Burr of Neosho, 1154. Jason Stevenson of Blue Springs South. Jaden Herden of Bentonville West in lane 4. River Peppers of Fort Osage in lane 5. Maximo Fillion of Park Hill in lane 6. And Toby Inman of Green Valley in lane 7. We're going to start seeing these times get down towards the 10-second barrier here in a little bit.
I was going through the heat sheets a couple nights ago, Rod, and going through all these names, and I don't want to play favorites, but I have to tell you, I do like the name Maximo Fillion. That's very cool. I like.
Oh yeah.
He sounds like he has to be a movie star. He's got to. If this track thing doesn't work out, he needs to get into. He needs to get into the movies because that's a cool name.
Lanes 2 through 7 filled up.
Set.
Off to a good start. Close heat, coming up to the finish line. It's a 3-way battle. This one's going to be close. You see them come up on the clock.
I think that was Maximo with the late surge.
See as they get up there, exactly. Herndon ends up with 11:38. See the rest of the times coming up. Peppers 11:45, and then Fillion 11:45 as well. And Stevenson with 11:56. You see the finish right there. That was very, very close.
We've had a lot of close races here in this meet so far.
Herndon of Bentonville West, 11 minutes, or 11 seconds, and 38 hundredths. As a distance runner, he got that mentality,
right.
11-minute mentality.
You might take that personal. I told him it took him 11 minutes to.
You get to be my age, they just pull out the pocket calendar to time you instead of the stopwatch. So, Vernell Holt is in lane 1 in section 4 of 6 of the 100-meter dash. Gavin Michelle of Liberty North in lane 2. Freddie Ursey in lane 3. Jaden Donnelly of Battle in lane 4. Ja'Cory Love of Liberty North in lane 5. Landon Brewer Rockhurst in lane 6. Manasseh Odeus of Park Hill in lane 7. And Jackson Truitt of Rockbridge in lane 8.
You'll notice that as a sprinter, you want to take your time getting in the blocks. You don't want to be the first one that's still and ready to go. You just want to keep things moving, and then when the starter says set, you also don't want to be quick. You don't want to be fast up on that either. And ideally, if you kind of take your time doing that, that way you minimize the time between being set and when the gun goes off.
Everybody away well. In lane 5, that's Ja'Cory Love of Liberty North.
And he came in with the second fastest seed time.
He runs 11:14. That is a sizable improvement for him from what he has done this season. He's getting a little bit sideways. More than enough to come away with the win. Still have 2 more heats of the boys' 100 meters.
It's awesome to see the excitement from a lot of these runners after the race, just how happy they are with their times, and maybe coming in with, you know, some goals. And again, early in the season, so may or may not have, you know, high goals for these times, but I've seen it time and time again. They go up, you know, they see their time up on the scoreboard, and they, you know, pump their fist and congratulated by other teammates. That's really cool to see.
There's one thing about track and field, it is accountability. You are your own your own boss when it comes to your complete control of what you can and cannot accomplish in this sport. Hayden Honeycutt of Bentonville West in lane 1, Riley Rowland of Rockbridge in lane 2, Amir Williams, Raytown South in 3, Dayton Hazlett of William Chrisman in lane 4, Callan Wright of Grandview in lane 5, Kaylin Horn of Battle in lane 6, Robert Collins Jr. of Staley in lane 7, Braden Worstel of Rockhurst in lane 8. Hazlett with the fastest time in this heat, 11:10.
And we might see our first 10-second 100 meters in this heat. If the previous heats are any indication, there's a good chance we might see a 10-second here. It's going to be, should be close.
And this 6th heat, which is theoretically the fast heat, is going to really be a slugfest. There are a lot of fast runners in that heat.
Set.
Everybody up cleanly and away. Best start coming out in lane 5. That is Wright. Now being overhauled, and now in lane 4. That is Hazlett. Did he get there? He did. 10:92.
There it is. The home team favorite there.
Did not get off to the best start in the world, but he sure made up for it the last 50 meters. Look at him just overhaul everybody. He ended up winning that pretty solidly. Robert Collins from Staley having a nice last half of the race. He runs 10:97, so that is a noticeable improvement for him so far this year as well. You see Hazlett.
And he's a tall runner, so the start is going to be a challenge for him. That's probably something he'll continue to work on, and probably will be more of a challenge than shorter runners, because that drive phase for him is going to be difficult. Kind of like probably sure everybody's seen Usain Bolt run when he gets out of the blocks. Not the best start, definitely improved it, but it'd be excited to see Hazlett continue to run today. I haven't checked to see if he's going to be running in the 200, but with that stride in that body type, he looks like he really looks like a 200-meter runner.
And now we get ready for the final heat. Casey Hood in lane 4 for Brock Bridge, 10:53. There you see the rest of the lineup. Seaman, Revels, Reeves, Hood, Weddington, Oparaki, Bell, Hill.
And I'm pretty sure Hood was the one that lost his shoe in the 4x2 last year.
I think
I just confirmed that. We'll see if he's going to run the 4x2 again today. And I told Dion, if you interview him, ask him if he double or triple laced his spikes today, because
had a flat tire.
Yeah, and he still won.
Yep. This is going to be a very quick heat. We get ready to go. Casey Hood in lane 4 from Rock Bridge, but he has a lot of company with him.
And these guys are used to running against each other. I remember Hood and Oak Perique both ran against each other last year in the 100 and 200.
Set.
Great start in lane 5 for Weddington, but here comes the rest of the field. Weddington still out there, trying to hang on. Oh, and he's pulling up lame, and it's in lane 4, and Hood ends up winning it. Oh, and it's a hamstring. That's not good this early in the season as he goes down on the track.
He had a great start, too. He had the lead.
Left
he had
everybody behind.
Yeah, he had a few meters on Hood, and Hood got a pretty good start, but we'll watch Weddington here in the yellow in lane 5.
Begins to labor right there.
Yep.
Oh, that's a shame.
And then he tried to keep going. He made it across the line, but it's hard to see.
But he still placed 4th.
Yeah.
Get the rest of the field up here. 10:74. 6 runners broke the 11-second mark.
Looks like we have Dion Gleason down on the track side.
Casey, a good run there. You came here last year, you threw a shoe. Did you have that thought in your mind when you got here this year?
Other than a 4x2, I hope it doesn't happen this time.
Well, tell me this, how's your season going so far, and what's this meet like for you today?
I always liked this meet since sophomore year. So coming here last year was fun. This year, I'm just glad to be healthy. Last year I was a little injured, but this year I just feel healthy. Whoa, healthy.
That's all right. Well, I know you got a lot more races to go, so we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks a lot.
Nice win by Casey Hood. Yes, and the shoes did stay on. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we're going to have something that's a little bit different from what we have seen in the past, the 4x200 meter relays, when we come back on Spectrum.
Welcome back to the 61st Bill Summa Invitational Track Meet. William Chrisman High School on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Missouri. We are getting set for one of 2 sections of the girls 4x200 meter relay. This is a unique race. In Missouri, this is actually a state event. In Kansas, it is not, but in Missouri, it is. And what's unique about this rod is this will be lanes all the way. So the stagger is going to be pretty far out there. So out in lane 8, they're going to be around the curve and pretty close to the straightaway, actually. And you really don't get a sense of how close and how this race is going to play out until near the end of the race.
It is. It makes it fun. You see the second handoff, or the first handoff in the first lane, is literally 60 meters behind the 8th lane, and you never know just exactly what the stagger is, and like you said, until they come around for the last handoff. Always a fun event to watch.
This was always my favorite race going to school in the Kansas City area, Blue Valley North. We ran the 4x2, I remember, at the Shawnee Mission South Relays, which was just run last week, and a lot of the top times of the year so far, it's still early, have come from that meet. So that's a big meet. They had the 4x2 there, and then I'm trying to remember if the Shawnee Mission North Relays had the 4x2 back when I was running. It was a long time ago, but we only got to run it 1 or 2 times a season. So when we did run it, it was a treat, and all the sprinters, that was the one everybody wanted to run because we just didn't get a chance to run it very often. So you see a lot of the 4x1, the 4x4, of course, those are kind of 2 of the classic sprint relay events, but this 4x2, and then occasionally you'll see the medleys like a 1-1-2-4 or a 2-2-4-8. Those are fun to see as well. But this 4x2 is exciting. We have 2 heats again. This is going to be a time finals like all of the races. So we're going to start off with section 1 of 2. In lane 1 will be William Chrisman coming in with a time of 2:03.99. Fort Osage in lane 2, 1:57.12. Blue Springs South will be in lane 3, 1:54.47. Incarnate Word starting off in lane 4 with the top seed time of 1:53 flat. St. Teresa's in lane 5, 1:54.14. Grandview in lane 6 with a seed time of 1:56.55. And Neosho in lane 7 coming in at 1:58.02. Looks like the flags are going from yellow to white, so we should be clear, and the starter is getting ready to instruct the runners to get in their blocks, but not before they stand behind their blocks. So getting pretty close for the start here.
The runners you see behind those in the starting blocks, that is actually the third leg. Look how far the stagger is in that third leg. Lane 1 all the way back. If you look across the football field, it's all the way back at about the 25, almost the 30-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
And lane 7 is all the way up into the corner. That is some almost 40 yards. That is a big stagger.
It is. And it looks like one of the runners on the outside lanes is having some problems with her blocks. The officials over there trying to help her out right now. We had an issue in one of the, I think it was the 100-meter hurdles, where something with the, I don't know if the foot pad wasn't locking in correctly and kept slipping, but looks like they're still having some issues out there.
Well, they just dropped that block, and they're going to see if they can get, or is she just going to go without it?
She's going to use air blocks, apparently.
Yep, she's going to go without
it.
Still going to use a crouched start.
Yeah, this is a race where you really, if they're working, you want to use the blocks. Occasionally, you might see somebody start with the three-point stance, but that typically is something you'd see in the longer events, 400, maybe indoor 600 yards, those kinds of races. But yeah, she's going to go. Looks like she's going to start as if she has blocks, but doesn't. So that might cause her to slip. I'm not sure if that's going to work, but we'll find out. Okay, looks like she got out pretty clean. So again, William Crispin in lane 1, Fort Osage in lane 2, Blue Springs South in 3. Incarnate Word in lane 4, St. Teresa's in 5, Grandview in 6, and Neosho in lane 7. You can see Blue Springs South is already making up the stagger on Incarnate Word in lane 3. And St. Teresa's out in lane 5. First handoff happening right now. Looks like most of those were clean. And that is St. Teresa's in lane 5, almost making up the stagger on Neosho in lane 7.
Now, they look side by side, but there's about 10 yards of difference. You see the handoffs, how much difference there was between lanes 5 and 7.
It looks like St. Teresa's had the first handoff there. Blue Springs South not too far behind in lane 3. These are the third leg runners getting ready to hand off to the anchor legs. Blue Springs South in lane 3 with a strong third leg right here. Looks to be in the lead with St. Teresa's out in lane 5 behind them.
Almost a bad handoff.
Yeah, it was close. They really stretched that out. You want to keep that baton moving, and you don't want to hand off too soon, but more than anything, you want to make sure that you get the stick around. Here comes Blue Springs South in lane 3 down the home stretch with a solid lead, with St. Teresa's 2 lanes outside of them in lane 5. And Blue Springs South will come away with the win. St. Teresa's in second, and Neosho out in lane 7 looks to take third place. Blue Springs South 1:50.06 with the winning time. St. Teresa's in second, 1:52.13. Here's that final leg, running on the inside of the lane.
That wasn't just a little improvement, that was a lot of improvement, about 4 seconds.
Great start to the girls 4x200 meter, first of 2 finals, time section finals here. Official time 1:50.06 for the Jaguars. A lot of smiles on faces out here today. It's good to see, isn't it?
It's just good to see great weather out here.
Yeah.
We have cameramen who are wearing short sleeves.
Turning them into tank tops. Sun's out, guns out at William Chrisman, I guess. Thanks for saying that, because we want to give a shout out to everybody helping out with today's meet. Those voices you don't hear are putting in a lot more work than you and I are, Rod. I know that.
Just no kidding. They've been out here for 2 days getting this ready to go. Takes about, I think if you look at the list, it's about 25 people that get us two on the air and make it work. And we definitely do appreciate it. So Liberty in lane 1, Liberty North in lane 2, Battle in lane 3, Rockbridge 147.33. That's bringing it pretty good for this early in the year. Winnetonka in lane 5, Green Valley 6, Park Hill 7, North Platte in lane 8. Second of 2 heats coming up following the 4x200s. We'll stretch things out a little bit. Heats of the girls and boys 1,600 meter run. Had a couple of pretty outstanding times earlier in the meet. If you're not familiar with this meet, the top 16 in this case, because the field was so big, the top 19 2-milers or 3,200 meter runners ran in an elite race. And the winning time in that was 9:05 on the boys' side, which is very fast for early in the season.
And the girls in the second heat starting their practicing their start before they are asked to step behind the blocks, so we can run this second of 2. Again, lanes all the way here, and you'll see a combination of closed and open handoffs. The closed handoffs in the 4x2, again, in Missouri, they run this pretty routinely, so they probably practice it maybe not quite as much as the 4x1, but probably pretty close. So if you can do a closed handoff, that's ideal. That would be faster. The open handoff would help ensure that the baton is passed off probably more cleanly, but it might be a little bit slower if you go that route.
So a couple of handoffs in that first heat, especially the last exchange, that were a little bit ragged, but no fouls, no red flags. We're ready to go here as they are in the blocks and set for heat 2. 4x200 meter relay.
Rockbridge coming in with the fastest seed time again of 147.33. And Rockbridge, we've said their name a lot because they have some solid relay teams, especially the sprinters and middle distance runners are typically really strong. And they look to be out to a early lead as Rockbridge is coming up on Winnetonka in lane 5. Almost made up that stagger on that first leg. Kind of a rough handoff there for Rockbridge, which sets them back a little bit. And out in lane 8 is North Platte with a pretty strong start there. And you can see Winnetonka in the yellow coming up on Green Valley, making up that stagger. So Rockbridge, Winnetonka, and North Platte. First handoff looked to be Winnetonka in lane 5.
And they are now well out in front. They have made up the stagger on the field as they head down the back straight away.
And here comes Rockbridge in lane 4. And you can see the third leg runners about to pass Winnetonka for the third and final handoff of the second heat.
What a great third leg for Rockbridge.
And a clean handoff. That was a textbook handoff right there for Rockbridge. And that looks like Liberty North in lane 2 making a late run coming up on Rockbridge. So this will be a close finish. Rockbridge trying to hang on. Liberty North in lane 2. Looks like Rockbridge will have enough to win this, and they do. Liberty North second, and then a close race for third between a few different teams.
Oh yeah, 145.61. That is pretty good for this time of the year. Everybody broke the 2-minute barrier pretty easily.
And Rockbridge bettered their seat time by almost 2 seconds. Rockbridge in first with 1:45.61. Liberty North 1:46.49. Minnetonka third. Third, fourth, and fifth, really close.
How about 1:47.84, 47.94, 47.94. That's third, fourth, and fifth. That is basically shoulder to shoulder.
Rockbridge Bruins coming out with the win for the second heat of the girls 4x2. Seeing some really fast times this afternoon.
About to see some very quick times here. It's the 4x200 meter race for boys. William Chrisman in lane 1 in the first of 2 finals. Blue Springs South in lane 2, Battle in lane 3. Grandview in lane 4, Liberty in lane 5, Park Hill lane 6, Fort Osage in lane 7. The fastest time coming into this particular heat, Grandview in lane 4, 1 minute 32.4 seconds.
Lane 8 is going to be open, and from our vantage point, we wouldn't be able to see them anyway because they'd be behind the stands there because the stagger's so far out.
It's a rather unique part of this stadium. It's a beautiful facility. It's one of the best we go to. But they do have a grandstand right there at the end of the football field, and that does cover up, especially in this event. Now, normally it wouldn't, but in this event, it definitely does because the stagger is so large. The difference between where the first lane is starting and where the 8th lane is starting is almost halfway around the east corner or the west corner of this stadium.
I think something else that kind of adds to the ambiance and kind of the energy of this meet is the fact that they allow the athletes to warm up and kind of hang out in the infield. You have the pole vault pit, runway, and pit right in the middle coming right at us. Some meets they try to keep the athletes off of the infield, but kind of takes away from the energy and the, you know, just the feel of it. It's more exciting, I think, when you have, especially we'll see this later probably in the 4x4 where you'll see the teams cheer them on and run from one side of the track to the other as they cheer on their teammates.
So here we go, lane 1 through 7 occupied. First of 2 heats of the boys 4x200 meter relay. Again, Grandview the fastest seat time coming into this event at 1:32.47. The fastest time of the meet so far belongs to Rockbridge, 1 minute 29.3. We'll see them here in just a few minutes. They are away. Pretty away cleanly. Everybody really kind of holding station here. Looks like in lane 2, that's Blue Springs South.
Come on, Max.
Making up maybe a little bit of that. Oh, and they almost collide on the handoff. Blue Springs South with not a real good handoff there. The 2 runners nearly colliding as they hand off. So we come around here for the next exchange.
I think that's Park Hill in lane 6. And they might be the first to hand off on this leg. They are.
They are, and that was a great handoff. They are away cleanly. Park Hill really turning it on here in the 3rd leg in this 4x200 meters.
Let's go, Cedric.
Also in lane 3, that's Battle. Making up some space. Also Grandview making up the stagger as well, but the handoff still belongs to Park Hill. The lead still. Park Hills around the last corner, 100 meters to go. Park Hill looking good, out in front. They win. Unofficially 1:31. We'll get the official time for you here in just a moment. 1:31.11. Liberty High School next at 1:31.6.
Strong race there by Park Hill. Grandview was in that race early, but they had a rough handoff, and that's a case where handoffs definitely can make a difference. Plus, I think Park Hill overall just ran faster, obviously, but the handoff certainly did not help Grandview.
Well, Blue Springs South was ready well. They still ended up third at 1:34, but that could have been quite a bit faster. They had a handoff that was very rough in that race as well. 4x200, the second event for the boys. The second heat, Winnetonka in lane 1, Green Valley in lane 2, Liberty North in lane 3, Rock Bridge, the fastest time coming in at 1:29.31. Then Staley, Graytown, Neosho, and Rockhurst. Lanes 1 through 8 in this section of the boys 4x200 meters. We have 2 heats of the girls 16 and 2 heats of the boys 1600 meters. In just a little while, Carolyn Ford of Rock Bridge looking to break the 5-minute barrier early in the season. She has a 5:01 so far. That has been in what is less than ideal conditions. Certainly, this is much better. The wind is kicking up a little bit here, but it is not as big a factor as it could be, just owing to the fact the stadium sits in a little bit of a hole, but you can hear the wind whistling through the mics a little bit.
I wonder if the Rock Bridge boys and girls teams have a little friendly wager going on. Who's going to win more relay events? I feel like we're saying Rock Bridge a lot and winning and finishing in the top positions.
They have a great track tradition. Taking their final warm-ups. It is getting a little breezier than it has been.
So this is a case where if you're out, the 2 legs that probably are going to face most of the wind would be 1 and 3, legs 1 and 3, because the wind's coming in off that curve. However, if you're in one of the outside lanes to start and finish, because you're still going to be out there, but especially that first leg, you probably won't feel it as much because you're not running on the curve for maybe 20, 30 meters, and then before you know it, you're on the straightaway.
Well, you also are closer to the hill where the wind is coming over the top of an incline. But the flags are starting to straighten out a little bit.
Legs 2 and 4 they get a little bit of tailwind on the curve, and then a crosswind as they come down the home stretch. But yes, it does seem like the wind's picking up just a little bit this afternoon.
We say picking up, we better not complain too much compared to what the wind has been.
Yeah, at least we're dealing with 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, right?
Spring traditionally just gets a little bit rough on track and field. Well, any spring sport that's outdoors, but it has not been as bad as it has some years. We have been greeted by some extremely cold weather, track and field. Several years ago, we did the Grandview Invitational, and it was about this temperature, but it had snowed 2 days earlier. So.
Very comfortable up here in the press box. I'm not complaining
nice.
A bit.
Nope,
we got a nice breeze. We got the sunshine.
Bit of a delay, but now we're ready to go in this second heat. Oh, and 2 guns.
That was a triple gun.
Everybody saw it. You didn't just get caught, you really got caught.
Right.
Both false start officials saw that one. Let it go.
And it looks like they're talking to...
That's not good when you do it in a relay, because there's 3 other people that are wanting to run in this thing.
I think that's Staley in lane 5. Yeah. Yep, so Staley false starts, so they're out.
Of course, the runners on the other end of the track don't know this just yet. We're going to find out. Not a good thing in the relays. That's painful.
Yeah, that's tough.
It is. Staley with the 3rd fastest time, too, or 2nd fastest time.
Yeah.
So that's not just a little bit of loss in this race. That's a fairly significant loss.
Before that gun went off, I just about said 2 teams coming in under 130, and one of them was Staley. So 7 teams now instead of 8. All right, this start is clean. We're off and running. Winnetonka in lane 1, Grain Valley in 2, Liberty North in 3, Rockbridge coming in with the fastest time in 4, Raytown in lane 6, Neosho in 7, and Rockhurst in lane 8.
Let's go, Raytown.
And it looks pretty even on the first leg. Don't see much of any stagger making up too much there, and the handoffs look fairly clean. Rockbridge with a clean handoff in lane 4. We'll watch them come around the curve, and it's Rockhurst out in lane 8. With a strong second leg right here as they get ready to hand off.
Raytown in lane 6 also looking very strong.
And there goes Rockbridge in lane 4.
Boy, this is going to be close. Making their way down the backstretch.
And here comes Raytown out in lane 6. This is going to be, you're right, this is going to be really close coming into the final handoff. And Raytown needs a lead because they're on the outside, 1 lane outside of
and a bad handoff.
Oh, and Rockbridge barely got it off. Well, but this is Casey Hood, remember, in lane 4, and he kept his shoe on.
The shoes are on, and he's in front.
He runs faster with 2 shoes.
Like he said so well, he's healthy this year. You wouldn't think he had any injuries last year. He's also gotten a little bit taller, it looks like, from last year. And boy, he pulls away at Rockbridge, despite a difficult handoff, wins the 4x200 in 1 minute 28.7 seconds, eclipsing their previous best.
Well, when your anchor runs a low 21, you can afford a average handoff. But yeah, imagine if that had been a clean handoff, how much they would have won by.
Yeah, you can see him going like, well, that was more exciting than it needed to be. When we come back, we'll have the long distance races, the girls and boys 1,600-meter run as coverage of the 61st Bill Summa Invitational continues following this timeout.
Welcome back on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at William Chrisman High School for the 61st Bill Summa Invitational Track Meet. Rod Zook, along with myself, Nate Hill, welcome you back to the track for the first of 2 girls 1,600-meter run races. We have 13 runners in this first race, and you can see there's a staggered start here. In lane 1 is Addison Wheeler of Rockbridge. She's coming in with the fastest seed time of 5:42. Shelby Lingley in lane 2 of North Platte. Jordan Gossage from Grain Valley in 3. Chloe Heckman of North Platte in 4. Lily Bellamere of Grain Valley. Amelia Crane of Rockbridge. Claire Richardson of Rockbridge. Allison Harris from Battle. Reagan Phillips out of Liberty. Lucy Wooden from St. Teresa's. Riley Fillmore from Fort Osage. Yvonne Lucho from Grandview. And Sydney Smith from St. Teresa's. Four laps, and Rod is a 1,600-meter runner. What is your strategy when you have 4 laps?
I think right now you just got to see how everybody is sized up. It's early in the year. You're not just making an assessment of your field. You're kind of making an assessment of yourself. Just how much do you have in the tank? What kind of chances you're willing to take, especially here in the first heat, knowing that there is a group of runners faster than you are coming up next. Do you want to try to come out and make up some spaces and see how many people you can beat from the first heat? It does happen occasionally. Or do you want to run this race tactically and learn as much as you can about what you have in the tank and where you are this early in the season?
Looks like it's Shelby Lingley from North Platte to the out with the early lead in the girls 1,600-meter run, and that's a pretty sizable lead after just 1 lap.
It is, and it wasn't a slow quarter either. 76, not too bad.
She looks pretty relaxed as she comes around the curve there, and it looks like
arms are a little bit high. She likes to keep them up there, keep her hands up by her shoulders.
I think that's Amelia Crane behind her in second, and a Pretty good pack of runners behind her.
I think you're going to see this pack of runners reel in the leader here as this starts to string out just a little bit.
Jordan Gossage of Green Valley's in the mix as well. She's in third.
Will be a tremendous time. Still a straightaway to go here. They're already at 2:24, so we're looking at better than a 5-minute pace here.
That is Shelby Lingley from North Platte hanging on to the lead, nearing the halfway mark here of the girls' 1,600-meter run.
You see the field is really stringing out a lot in this first heat.
Looks like the runners behind Shelby are doing a good job of keeping their composure and not moving up too quickly, but they are definitely making up some ground here as they start the third of 4 laps.
Well, they're going to have to start thinking about getting a little bit closer as they are starting to make up some pace, and now you see them definitely closing in, and we're going to have a new leader here in just a few moments.
That's Amelia Crane from Rockbridge. Bib numbers, yep, 595, so she moves into the lead here as they near the 200 meters to go for the third and fourth lap. And then it's a pretty tight pack behind her.
Looking smooth, though. The wind is starting to become a little bit of a factor. It does start to blunt your effort, especially as you go into the first and second corners out on what would be the southwest end of this facility. Over by the scoreboard and the flag, but no problem at the moment for Crane as she hits the bell lap in about 4:14.
The wind's starting to blow our papers a little bit too. That's the wind gauge we have up here.
Crane out in front, still looking pretty strong. About 330 meters to go.
Crane came in with the sixth fastest seed time in this heat, so she's out to a pretty commanding lead right now. She's running a good race. She didn't get out too fast. She was able to stay in the mix close enough to be able to get the lead. We'll see if she can hang on.
And this early in the season, seed times are very funny. Wind, weather, injuries, just the way you're training, whether you had an indoor season or not. Some of these kids have been able to run an indoor schedule. But right now, Crane looking pretty good. Needs to start using the arms a little bit. They're coming across her body just a little bit. Last 100 meters. Coaches like to see her start pumping those arms just a little bit more. There she goes. Much better arm swing there. Nice kick as she starts driving towards the finish line.
Looks like she's got something left in the tank. That's good to see.
A bit left. 5:35 and change hitting the line, and Crane wins heat 1 and a 5:35.01 and a 1:21 last quarter. Not bad this early in the season. Heckman from North Platte at 5:39.57, and Richardson from Rockbridge 5:40.18.
She did a good job of hugging that line too. She was right on it.
You got to make sure you hug that line and not take 3 steps on that little skinny part there. I don't know if the judges will frown too much on it this early in the season, but also when you get to state, there's going to be an aluminum rail sitting inside that first corner.
Right.
You do not want to step on that.
No. Chloe Heckman from North Platte did a good job of moving up. She finished second behind Crane. Good start to the girls' 1,600-meter run. 1 of 2 with second heat coming up. You talked about it earlier, Rod. Carolyn Ford from Rockbridge coming in with the fastest time of 5:01.10. We'll see if you're going to make any predictions here. We can get
see what
under 5.
Of course, it might be a little bit breezy. That might be a little bit early, but we'll see if she can do it. And it really, of course, for her, kind of depends on, one, what her teammate does, and what the two girls from Blue Springs South, Bully and Allen, whether they can come up and make any kind of challenge. Do they want to run fast? Do they want to try to steal this race from her? Do they want to put pressure on her? Or do they want to just take care of themselves and run their race and let the cards fall where they do?
And Blue Springs South is going to dominate this race. They have 5 runners. So here's the lineup. Carolyn Ford, we talked about her. Rockbridge coming in at 5:01.10. May Walker from Rockbridge, her teammate 5:18. Emerson Allen from Blue Springs South, Magdalene Boley of Blue Springs South, Natalie Gerdes from Park Hill, Caitlin Grover of Blue Springs South, Jordan Umstato from Park Hill, Paige Thielen, Blue Springs South, Ella Rue, Blue Springs South. Sound like a broken record here. Marissa Roberts, Liberty North, Campbell Grostadier from Liberty, Chloe Wood from Neosho, Haley Neff of Blue Springs South, 6 runners, not 5, sorry, and Molly McClung out of Truman. So 14 runners total here.
Blue Springs South brought their whole cross-country team.
They did. And then some.
And of course, they had a whole host of great runners last year. Most of them have moved on, but certainly Carolyn Ford is still here.
Okay, ladies, we are a go.
And May Walker, and then of course Emerson Allen.
On your mark.
3 steps up to the line, and a clean start. More of an Olympic-style start where they make them step back about 10 feet behind the starting line and then come up to the line. It wasn't always that way, but more and more track meets are using that method of a start where they make the kids stand back away from the line. There's
looks like May Walker out to the early lead from Rockbridge. And Rod, I was going to ask you this. Some of the runners will use their stopwatches while they're running, and I always thought, of course, as a sprinter, well, you'll get the time later. I don't know why you need to check your watch, but how is that something you did?
Well, one, they didn't have watches like that back then, so no, and I never really cared. I mean, which was probably a detriment to me because I never really listened to what the starter was saying. They always gave you your split as you came by, and I don't know if they do that here with the clocks and everything that are up there. You can probably look up at the scoreboard and see it. Now, the scoreboard sometimes isn't always accurate. It may not start at the right time or anything like that. But no, I just put my head down and tried to run as fast as I could.
Turn left and hurry back, right?
Turn left and get back here as quick as you can. Well, my wife always teases me I have to run track because if I ran a road race, I'd just get lost. She'd have to come out and find me. So we just stick with track.
Well, I'm wondering now. I don't see Carolyn Ford in this race.
And I don't. And I didn't see her in this race, so she must not be in it. The way they lined up was just a little bit different than what we were looking at. So it looks like it's going to be May Walker carrying the load for Rockbridge, and you see plenty of company behind her in Emerson and or Allen and Boley.
Well, she's really outnumbered by Blue Springs South now, because before she had Ford to back her up, but now Walker's on her own. She's the lone representative of Rockbridge here.
1:16, so 76 first quarter. And to be honest, that wasn't a whole lot faster than the first quarter of the first race. So if they think they want to be tactical in this, they better be careful, because sometimes if you get into a tactical race like this, someone from that first heat could take a spot away from you that you might not expect.
Well, and you can see she seems a little bit reserved, nice and relaxed. She's not striding out too much, just trying to probably keep the lead, but not overdo it, at least this early in the race.
Allen and Boley in the neon green and blue. Neon yellow, neon green. It's bright, you can see it.
Yeah. Bunch of highlighters out there on the track. Who was the team last year? I haven't seen the uniform. Maybe they changed their uniform. I just missed it. But I feel like there was a lot of pink last year.
That would be Rock Bridge, and there's still some of it around.
All right.
We'll see some of it.
So they're like the Oregon Ducks, huh? They got a lot of different combination uniform combos.
Like, you know, be like Bonner Springs with the licorice black and bright hot pink uniform.
Shawnee Mission North.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like May Walker's still hanging on to the lead here, but it's at this point it's a two-person race. Plenty of Blue Springs South runners though behind to fill in the gaps and maybe make a run here.
Walker's second quarter much slower, 81 seconds. If this is a tactical race, it's certainly playing out like that. They hit the line at just right under 4 minutes with 1 lap to go. Another 81.8 quarter for Walker. Now starting to pick up the pace a little bit, trying to put a little bit of distance between her and her competitor. Starting to get a little more leg turnover, the arm swing becoming a little more pronounced. That is Allen giving chase, but starting to labor just a little bit. See Allen's head starting to move around a little bit and falling behind, now down about 15, 20 meters. May Walker running hard, but has to finish this last 120 meters coming around the corner. Still really not using her arms much as she heads down the home stretch, about 70 meters to go. Walker now starting to pick up the pace as she kicks it home. Not a great time that we expected, but certainly not bad as Walker hits the line in roughly 5:18. We'll get the final. It's actually 5:16.60. She runs a 76 last quarter there to put away any threat that was coming from Allen or Boley, and ends up winning the girls' 1,600-meter run.
And she improved her seat time by a couple of seconds, and she looked very consistent throughout that race.
She looked very relaxed, almost like she was not, it almost looked like a tactical race, but she had more than enough to come away with the win as the rest of the runners finishing the girls' 1,600-meter run. We still have a couple of kids on the track. We'll get them finished up, and there we go. And we'll get ready for 2 heats of the boys' 1,600-meter run. And we're looking at some pretty good times in this race, especially in the second heat. We have about 7 runners that are under the 4:30 mark already this season.
And these will be some packed races. We have 16 runners in this first heat. We'll have 17 runners in the second heat. Take a look at the first of 2 sections for the boys' 1,600 meters. Noah Lee on the inside, coming in with a time of 4:48.85. Carson Newell from Neosho, Tanner Neal of Rockbridge, Boston Long from Staley, Caden Scalfaro from Blue Springs South, Isaac Miller of Blue Springs South, Caden Mills from Park Hill, Jacob Johnson out of Park Hill, Jackson Wheeler from Hermitage, Gabriel Mabry of Neosho, Dylan Scott of Staley, Cohen Buxton from Battle, Alar Gonzalez Garcia out of Grandview, William Chrisman's Lucas Smith, Josiah McNeil from Grandview, and Benjamin Trammell out of Liberty. Noah Lee coming in again with the fastest seat time, 4:48.85. His teammate Tanner Neal, 2 behind him at 4:50.11.
A little bit of a slip up there as one of the runners from the outside 4 lanes tried to cut in all the way to the first lane and realized you can't do that. So he's back out in the 4th lane. A double waterfall start. It's a curved line. Now everybody's starting to blend in. Those runners from the outside wanting to get away in a hurry, and they are. Let's go back down trackside. Here's Dion Clisson. Well, we had him. Right. We'll get him later.
I'm here with May Walker from Columbia Rockbridge, just won the 1600. And, I think that the consistent theme when I talk with everybody today is the weather. This is a really nice meet to be able to get out. What were you kind of trying to work on today?
I mean, this is my first time racing a mile this year, so I just wanted to have like a good, solid race that I felt good about. And I PR'd, so that was great.
Well, tell me this. Your splits were pretty good, and then you really kind of turned it on there at the end. And was it a plan to kind of hold back a little bit and then try and go as best you could at the end?
I didn't really have a plan. My teammate Carolyn Ford was supposed to be here today. She's sick though. If she was here, I would have had more of a set plan because I would have tried to chase her down. But basically, I just wanted to go smooth on those first 2 laps and then kind of turn it on that 3rd lap, and then obviously finish with everything I had on the 4th.
Well, thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thank you.
I love her honesty. I really didn't have a plan.
Yeah.
My teammate who's sick wasn't here, so I had to figure it out. But you know what? That's how you grow as a runner, right?
Well,
that was a good challenge. I mean, that was a good test because you're not always going to have, your teammate there. And she still won, and she was probably able to. She probably grew a lot in that last race.
The one thing you always tell your kids if you're a coach: learn something from every race. Take something from every race. What might be a detriment? What are your positives? What are your negatives? What do you feel you need to work on? Is it more endurance? Is it more speed? Learn something from every race, be able to take something from it and move forward. It is more preparation when it comes to track than practice. You don't practice free throws. You don't practice plays. You prepare, and both mentally and physically in this sport. And when you're this time of the season this early, that's what you're doing. You try to learn as much as you can. And certainly put together a good race. Continue here with section 1.
Looks like Noah Lee and
like Carson Newell
behind him. Yeah, pretty close race here.
They are just a few meters apart as they get ready for what will be the bell lap.
Noah Lee in the lead. Carson Newell right behind him, 1 and 2. First, I thought they were from the same team, but they're not. Wearing the same colors, but Rockbridge and Neosho represented there.
Both ran 2:17 in the first half of the race. As they get to the bell lap right here, we'll see what their next split is. Last quarter was 72, not particularly fast.
That's Tanner Neal from Rockbridge in 3rd as they cross the line going into the final lap.
It's a 73. They hit the line in 3:31, so not particularly quick. Pick up the pace just a little bit, maybe.
Looks like Caden Mills out of Park Hill moving into 3rd as they go around the first turn on the final lap right there.
Looks like Newell's trying to reel in the leader just a little bit as they are at the top of the home stretch. About 150 meters to go. They're coming around and now picking up the pace. That is Lee trying to kick his way to the finish line and keep some distance between he and his competitor, and he's going to be able to do it as he races away to the finish line in unofficially 4:39 and change. So quite a bit faster than what he has clocked before. Ends up being 4:39.51, runs a 67 last quarter, so not too bad at all.
There was Jacob Johnston also from Park Hill, so Park Hill finishing 4th and 5th, or sorry, third and 4th in this race.
Here's the last 120 meters. Noah Lee with a nice, strong quarter, 67 that last quarter. powers his way to a win here in Heat 1 of the boys' 1,600-meter run. And now we get ready for the second heat, and this is going to be fast. They are led by Grayson Tapp. Liberty North has already run 4:19 this season, and he is not just a little bit faster than the rest of the field. And granted, the numbers can be a little bit askew this early in the year, but right now he is significantly quicker than the rest of the field. See what Grayson can pull off here. Isaac Rivera of Lincoln Prep is next. Riley Blay of West Nottoway. Then Henry Acorn of Rockhurst. Sage Wilde of Liberty North, who ran in the Elite 3200 earlier today. Asher Kerp of Liberty North. Brian Humphrey of Rockhurst. Hudson Summerall of Rockbridge, Ty Welty of Rockbridge, Roman Garcia of Lincoln Prep, Carson Hill of Grain Valley, Ryland Smith of Grain Valley, Connor Nicholson of Liberty, Hermitage's Justice Yates, Kai Samarsgarin of Rockhurst, and Cook Hudson of Rockbridge, Matthew Kim of Rockbridge, all in this race.
And who we won't see in this race is Rockbridge's defending state champion, Andrew Hauser, with a state leading time so far this year of 4:15.94. He ran that at the Shawnee Mission South Relays, but he is not running today.
Sometimes distance runners do miss races or skip races throughout the year, so you do not run 8 or 9 times, 10 times in the one particular event throughout the year.
Okay, guys, we're a go.
This is also that time of year where there's different viruses and bugs going around too. So you wonder, maybe
just needing a little bit of rest.
Yep.
He said he ran just a few days ago, so just taking the day off. You see the two groups coming around as they hit the blend line.
A lot of neon yellow spikes here.
Everybody looking very, very relaxed. You see Grayson Tapp just looking over his shoulder, just making sure he's not going to tangle with anybody. Everybody through the backstretch cleanly, already stringing out quite a bit.
Well, Tapp's definitely setting the pace early.
We have the benefit of a clock up here that actually gives us the quarter splits of everybody, which is very nice to have. We certainly thank the folks here at William Chrisman for providing that. And it is not particularly fast. It looked like about 65. It is 64:59 in the first quarter. That's not picking them up and putting them down a lot at the moment. Who can challenge Tapp really probably going to determine just how hard he runs this race. If a group of runners can get up there and threaten him a little bit or maybe push him along, this pace might pick up some. But right now it is not totally relaxed. 65 still nothing to sneeze at, but let's see what they come up with here in the next couple of laps.
And so far it's his teammate Sage Wilde in second. They come around the turn here and file down the home stretch, and it looks like Wilde's taking the lead.
He is. He's going to take control here. And they hit the line at the half-mile mark in 2:10. So Wilde running a pretty stout quarter. That was a 66, getting him out in front. Out from behind the grandstands, down the backstretch one more time on this third lap. Everybody looking pretty smooth right now. But the field really stringing out in a hurry. As tight as this field was grouped, as far as the seed times go, the two leaders, Tapp and Wilde, not leaving much to chance. They want to make this a two-person race, and they're doing a pretty good job of it at the moment.
How common, Rod, is it to see negative splits in the 1600?
Not as common as in the 800, but yeah, you can still see negative splits, especially early in the season. You may not know what you're doing. You may not know how much you have in the tank, and then be able to push a little bit more at the end. They're shoulder to shoulder at the bell lap at 3:17. That is picking up the pace a little bit more now, and they are definitely now getting serious about this race.
Two teammates going at it on the final lap of the 1600.
The Shawnee Mission South, when Brent Steiner and Steve Smith ran back in the 70s, and they were both outstanding, two of the fastest high school runners in the nation. You have that as teammates.
Right.
You don't think they pushed each other just a little bit. Both just great, outstanding runners. This is becoming a little bit of a blowout right now, as you see Tapp deciding that enough is enough, and he is starting to pull away and kick his way to a win here. The lead stretching out in a hurry. See what this last quarter is going to be, because it's going to be pretty fast. They didn't start quick, but they're going to finish quick. It's a 4:18 and change for Grayson Tapp, and he runs a 61 last quarter. That is fast. Buries the field and puts them away here in the boys' 1600-meter run. A final time, 4 minutes, 18.2 seconds.
There's your negative split, right?
That is a negative
Just
split.
saw it happen.
A great last quarter. Great form, nice and straight. The hands don't get past the shoulder line. Head staying nice and still. He's looking up at the clock. He glances at the clock, still looking up at it, and touches his stopwatch as he crosses the finish line. So Grayson Tapp, the winner of the boys' 1600-meter run. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back with more. The 61st annual Bill Summa Invitational Track and Field Meet on Spectrum. Hy-Vee, proud to support Kansas City High School and athletics around here for so many years. We are so appreciative of all the support that they give to these kids and the ability for us to bring you this great early season track classic. It's one of the great ones. 61 years we've been doing this, and they've got this down to a science. The volunteers, everybody just doing a tremendous job. They've made some improvements to the area and the track as well, and it really looks great. The pole vault, the field events, the long jump, all of that right here in the center of the field, or at one end of the field where you can see all of it, and great track action. I'm Rod Zook, Nate Hill with you, Deion Clisson down on the field. We'll be hearing from him again here throughout the day. It's time now for the girls 4x100 meter relay.
In lane 3, Fort Osage coming in with a time of 55:08. Neosho in lane 4, 54:82. And St. Teresa's Academy in lane 5 at 55:06. This, of course, is lanes all the way. Probably going to see all closed handoffs here. This race it's over before you know it. So to this point, the handoffs that we've seen in the 4x8 and the 4x2 have become more important as the day has gone on. These handoffs are crucial to a successful 4x1. And it's early in the season, and they've probably, I'm sure they've worked on handoffs. They may or may not have their team set for the duration of the season, so it will take some time. They may not be there yet, and we'll see probably a variety of handoffs, but they will probably improve as the season goes on, but they can make a big difference in a race like this.
The people that are sitting behind the blocks used there to hold the blocks in place, no matter how good blocks are, they still wiggle a little bit, and they can move on the track. So people sit behind them and put their feet on them just to give a little bit of a backboard for the runners to push off of.
On your mark.
how much you work on handoffs this time of the year. And like you said so well, this may not be your team that is running later on in the season.
And you may try out some different, orders on the team, or there may be, a sprinter that's not running in a particular meet, so you need to fill in or kind of shuffle some things around. So
Fort Osage out quickly. Get to the first handoffs. Everybody away cleanly. Good handoffs there in the first. Osage out in front. Everybody's starting to close the gap a little bit. Just 3 teams in this first heat. Another good round of handoffs. There in the middle, that looks like Neosho. Last round of handoffs coming up. Everybody away cleanly. A close race here, right to the finish line. They are shoulder to shoulder. Neosho and St. Teresa's really going at it. 53-19, 53-19. Okay, how are they going to decide that to say St. Teresa's wins it?
Photo finish right here.
It is an absolute dead heat. They hit the line the same.
And it could be her torso hit first.
No,
oh, it's close.
Wow. That's what we like to see. That makes it fun. Neosho, it says Fort Osage. I said Neosho. It's actually Fort Osage at St. Teresa's. 53-19.
I think the anchor on Fort Osage leaned a little bit too early, just a tad, and that might have made the difference. But it was that probably was the closest race we've seen. We had another one. I think it was the same time.
We've seen a couple.
All right, lane 2, section 2 of 3. We'll have a longer list of teams in these races, and the times will continue to get, at least the seed times will continue to get faster. In lane 2, Rockbridge coming in with a time of 53.15. Lincoln Prep in lane 3, 52.06. Liberty in lane 4, 51.39. Winnetonka, 51.66. William Chrisman in lane 6, 52.88. And Grandview in lane 7, coming in with a seed time of 53.93.
Coming up a little bit later on, we're going to start seeing these times drop out of the 50s and into the 40s, although you certainly cannot rule out one of those here if everybody comes away with a good result in their particular leg. Everybody's still up in front of their blocks. Now we're getting ready to go.
You have 3 exchange zones that you have to get straight, so you have the volunteers there, the officials with the flags, and once those flags are white, then we are good to go.
How do you do lane exchange judging for the 4x200? We saw how long that staggered.
Right.
It's hard enough to do it with the 4x100. The 4x200 is really something.
I think you need a couple. You need a couple on each.
You got a couple
on each
taking
exchange, maybe
2 people taking 4 lanes each.
Right.
And we're away.
Looks
Quickly
like
out.
Winnetonka out in lane 5 in the yellow.
Indeed.
Yep, with a quick handoff and a smooth one. Liberty in lane 4 in the blue behind Winnetonka. And Liberty's second leg's making up some ground right here. And inside of her is Lincoln Prep in lane 3. And Liberty almost didn't get that handoff in time, but they did. And they're coming around the curve here in the lead. And out in lane 7 is Grandview. Don't rule them out. There's Grandview in lane 7. Great anchor leg here. Liberty in lane 4. And it looks like Grandview will hang on for the win in the second heat of the girls 4x1. Or William Chrisman. Oh, it's Grandview. Sorry, that was Grandview in lane 7.
It's Grandview, and a nice time, 50.2. Liberty next at 50.6. And then Lincoln Prep next in 50.87. So Grandview knocking off quite a bit of time off their previous best.
And I'm showing a state leading time now, and this may not be 100% accurate, but North Platte ran a 50.30 at the North Platte Invitational on March 28th. So 50.24 for Grandview, Liberty 50.61, and Lincoln Prep 50.87. Those are some fast times, and this isn't even the fastest heat.
We are going to get into the meat of this event coming up now, as Blue Springs South in lane 1, Liberty North in lane 2, Park Hill in lane 3, Incarnate Word in lane 4, Bentonville in lane 5, North Platte in lane 6, Battle in lane 7, Green Valley in lane 8. And the fastest time, not only is it under 50 seconds, it's under 49 seconds. Incarnate World, 48.75. That is a good seed time. Starting things off, we'll see if they can hold on here. Now, you do not see, just in case you were asking, Raytown South is not in this one, and we would not see Zaya Akins in this one. That does not mean she may not be in something like that later on this year.
And Incarnate Word had three sprinters running in the 100-meter dash earlier today in the final 2 heats. So Shabby Flowers she was in that final heat. She might be running the anchor leg here.
And they are off to a good start. Also off to a good start, that is Park Hill. Get to the first handoffs. Park Hill with a great handoff. Incarnate World also, wow, look at them just pull away. They are just blowing the field away in the second leg. Here comes the next handoff. Oh, and they have a little bit of trouble, but they do get it away cleanly. And that World still out in front. One handoff to go. A little bit of trouble with that one as well. Saw the runner looking back, but still more than enough as they just power away and win the girls 4x100 meters. It's not as fast a time as we have seen. 49.02, 49.42 for Park Hill. North Platte next at 49.77 as we see a replay of that last handoff. Having to look back to get that baton, but that was still more than enough, Nate, to win.
They had a great first exchange, and when you can get that target, when you get that hand up high, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to give that incoming runner a good target. But yes, couple rough handoffs there, and if they can get those, they can clean those handoffs up, they'll be right back to that 48, no problem.
Yep, they will be dangerous, that is for sure. So it's time now for the boys 4x100s as they are getting in the blocks and getting ready to go. They don't mess around at this meet, man. They get stuff moving. Everybody gets in the blocks and they go. Let's take a check of the lineup in heat 1 of 2 in the boys 4x100 meter relay. Fort Osage in lane 1, Park Hill lane 2, Liberty lane 3, the host school, William Chrisman in lane 4, Winnetonka lane 5, Green Valley lane 6, Raytown lane 7, Bentonville in lane 8. Now Bentonville does not have a seed time, so we'll see how that shapes up for them. But wow, coming up next, Liberty North, Grandview, and Rock Bridge in the second heat, all under 43 already this season.
And when you come in without a seed time, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. So
no,
they put you out in lane 8.
They stick you out there in lane 8 in the. I don't want to call it the slow heat because there's nothing slow about anybody running this thing. It's just the minute lesser than the rest of the field.
Maybe. Yeah, at least coming in. Yeah,
it's fast, just not fast enough for a meet like this. And we're going to see that again here next month. We're just 4 weeks away from the 71st Shawnee Mission North Relays here on Spectrum. And we could see some really special events, especially in the distance races, if everything falls into place. That will also be a fun meet to watch.
And that's when the season really heats up because you're just a week away from league typically, and then that leads into regionals and then state. So that's when the relay teams are probably put together and finalized by then, and everybody's running on all cylinders by then usually.
They are in the blocks, ready to go. First of 2 heats. The boys 4x100. How quickly that is. What a Tonka looked like. All the handoffs away, a little bit rough, but for the most part, everybody gets away cleanly. See on the outside, that is Raytown. Now Raytown making up the stagger. 1 handoff to go. But he get away cleanly. And look at that in lane 8. That is Bentonville, and they win it going away in a 42.78. We talked about not having a seat time. Well, there you go, 42.78. That right now would be 3rd in the second heat.
And I know
so
Baser
they definitely put a stamp on this race.
I think this might be the only non-Missouri team, Bentonville, out of Arkansas. Baser-Linwood was on the list to compete. I have not seen them yet out of Kansas, but everybody else is from Missouri. So the Bentonville West Wolverines, and that's a fast time, 42.78.
Not too bad.
Did all that
for sure.
Did all that from lane 8. So
yeah, definitely.
all power to him, right?
That second leg was outstanding. The third leg even better, and that got them back in this race. We'll see where it places them here. Stranger things have happened. Bad handoffs, anything can make a difference here. As you see section 2, the O show in lane 1, Staley in lane 2, Liberty North at lane 3, then Grandview, Rockbridge, Battle, Rockhurst, and Blue Springs South making up this field. Again, look at the teams in the middle. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 are the ones you're going to want to watch, and basically lane 6 too, with Battle at a 43 flat. This is going to be a fast heat, and like you said, Nate, handoffs are going to be everything in this race when it's this close. So we don't know, of course, these are seed times, but if it is as tight as what it looks, the handoffs are going to be everything.
Definitely. We got some burners on the anchor leg too. I see Casey Hood preparing to run the anchor leg there for Rockbridge. Saw him earlier today, and we'll probably see him again in the 200. Don't rule out Raytown or Grandview. Sorry, Grandview in lane 4. So Liberty North, Grandview, and Rockbridge lanes 3, 4, and 5 coming in with the fastest seat times, and Battle in lane 6, not too far behind them. This should be a close one.
Settling in the blocks. Taking a little bit of time. Now they're up and underway. And very quickly, Battle in lane 6 off to a good start. Also in lane 5, that's Rockbridge. As they come to the first handoffs. Rockbridge away cleanly. Oh, and a hamstring pulled. Someone comes up lame. We did not see what lane that was in. Oh, man.
I think it's Rockbridge.
That was Rockbridge. One of the favorites in this race. Lane on the track. Do not want to see that this early in the year as they come to the tape at the last handoff. In the lane 3, that's Liberty North. And it's close at the finish line. We'll see how they end up. It is Rockhurst winning it at 42.77. Liberty North in second at 42.85. We'll see where that ends up.
So the second leg in lane
overall.
5 for Rockbridge right here. Yep, almost pulled hamstring or his hip.
Looks like it almost looks like a glute muscle. Couple of bad handoffs there too.
Lane 8, yeah. Blue Springs South didn't get to stick around on the fourth leg. Rockhurst with a strong anchor leg there.
Look at that finish right there, and it is 42.77 to 42.78.
I think
That's how close that was.
I don't think Liberty North, I don't think the anchor leg saw it until it was too late. That was a great finish by Rockhurst.
And of course, Heat 1, Bentonville West ends up in second place in that race. So Liberty North, even though they finished second in this heat, finished third in this event.
The no time almost won it all.
The no time Bentonville West almost won the whole thing. Just lost by 1/100th of a second. So Rockhurst, the Hawklets, end up winning the 4x100 in a time of 42.77. And we are waiting for this race as well. This is the girls' 400 meters.
Well, real quick, going back to Rockhurst, they came in with a seed time of 43.31. So to run a 42.77 like that, that's impressive.
It is. It definitely puts up a good number. There are 4 heats of the girls' 400 meters, 5 of the boys. So let's get to the girls. And a lot of these kids have not raced in the 400, as you can see that right here. So we do not know exactly what some of these kids are going to come up with. But there you see Perry, Brooke, Taylor, Shelby, and Walters. And if you're asking, yes, Akins is in this race. We will see her in the 4th heat.
We know her race will be getting close when we see more people huddle around the track on the infield.
Wind has backed off just a little bit at the moment. Hopefully it stays down for this event.
So the 400 meters, it's basically a sprint, even at the high school level. Most of the runners want to get out to a good lead, don't want to push it too hard, but you want to hit that back stretch with a good stride, stay relaxed down the back stretch. And then there's kind of varying strategies beyond that. Some runners will try to slingshot it a little bit, keep something in the tank. Right here, most runners are going to want to stay as relaxed as they can, stay focused, keep drive. Think of that leg drive, keep those knees up high, because natural tendency is this is where you really start to tire, and that's where the lactic acid starts to build in. But the key is to stay as relaxed as you can down the final stretch, and we can see that's what looks like
Desi Holbrook.
Desi Holbrook from Park Hill has done very well in this first heat.
Well, that is a pretty good time. That's 63.25 for Desi Holbrook. Perry Baylor with a 71. As we take a check of the replay.
I'm telling you, these no times are a wild card. You just
have no idea.
No clue. And she's pretty much running by herself too. So without a lot of competition, she did a great job of keeping her stride and stayed strong throughout the race.
She really started to struggle trying to get through the finish line. That line cannot come fast enough. In the 400 and the 800, that finish line, you swear it's just moving away from down the track as you're talking to a quarter miler and a middle distance runner.
So she runs a 10. She runs a 63. The fastest seed time in this next heat is 67.
Again, there are 4 heats of this event. You see Becker, House, Mitchell, Mason, Herrig, Ireland, Emery, Aviles making up this heat. Again, the fastest time, 1:07 or 67 seconds, 67.09 as a matter of fact. That held by Green Valley's Taylor Mason. This is not an easy race to run early on in the season either. It's kind of a cross between the 200 and the 800. It takes endurance, but you got to have a lot of speed to carry with it. It's just early on in the year, it's not always. We're going to say that, and of course, then we're going to watch somebody, the fastest runner in the nation, coming up here in just a few minutes.
Make it look real easy, right?
They are in the blocks. Heat 2 of 4 of the 400-meter dash. Everybody away pretty evenly. Come out from behind the grandstands. Now racing out to the lead in lane 7. That is Emery.
We were talking about the pink that Rockbridge was sporting last year, and I think Isabel Ireland in lane 6 is
bringing the pink.
Donning the pink, yeah. Good to see.
Emery starting to tire just a little bit, now being overhauled. You talk about the different strategies or different things that can happen in this quarter, and you've certainly seen it there in lane 2. That is House. House pushing, trying to stay out in front now, giving up the lead that gives way to the runner in lane 5. It's Herrig, Reagan Herrig. And Herrig now making it not even a contest, powering away in lane 5, and she runs a 65 and change unofficially. We'll see what Herrig runs. It is a 65.58. House ends up running 68.2. Looking at the last 120 meters. Boy, Herrig just really finishing strong. Maybe had almost a little bit too much in the tank.
Yeah, and Kaylee House just, you know, opposite for her. She got out to a good start, but really tied up on that home stretch, that last 100 meters.
Reagan Herrig, 65.58 out of Liberty North.
She doesn't look too tired.
No, I think she realizes that maybe she had a little bit in the tank. You don't see too many quarter milers that are able to talk right after running. They're usually that's a tough race. You're usually gasping for air pretty good before you can say much. So here is section 3. Allison Gagne from Park Hill. Gabriella Campbell, St. Teresa's Academy. Marlon Clodo of William Chrisman. Lacey Anderson, Brownfield, Bridges Clark. Ease out of Blue Springs South. Heat 3, of course. Heat 4 coming up, and 2 runners in particular. We'll talk about them in just a moment.
And these seed times are starting to come down, so we have 2 coming in with a 63. Have the home team runner in lane 3, Marlon Glotto from William Chrisman. I'm sure this is
Anderson is
special
who you want to
meet
watch
for them
as well. Field away cleanly as they come through the first quarter, and they'll make their way down the back straightaway. And right now out in front, that looks like Sarah Easy from Blue Springs. Out in lane 8.
It looks like lane
really
5 is
going. Well, if she can hang on to this, Casara is going to have a monster number. Still out there well. 100 meters to go. Out of the corner. Has good arm swing. Starting to be overhauled a little bit. In lane 2, that is Campbell. And Campbell still pushing as they get to the line almost together in 64. It is Campbell, 63.9. And Easy ends up at 63.99 to a 63.91. It's almost like drag racing. You have to go 6.94 with a 2 down to the 10,000s to get it. But there's almost a dead heat. Was 63.91 to 63.99. There's the finish.
And that's tough being out there in lane 8, right? You can't see anybody until the end if somebody passes you, but She did her best to try to hang on. You could tell her knee lift just wasn't quite there, starting to tie up. And that's something she can fine-tune as the year goes on, right? So again, we talked earlier about learning something from every race that you run. Next time when she goes out, she'll remember how this one went, and she'll probably may not go out quite as fast, but she's also probably going to get stronger as the season goes on.
So here we go, two of the really great 400-meter runners in the state of Missouri. Lane 1, Gretchen Freeman. Anya Bird in lane 2. Nevaeh Goodwin in lane 3. And the fastest 400-meter high school runner in the nation, Zaya Akins. And you look at Lindsay Ramsey, 58.9. That is nothing to sneeze at. That is an outstanding time. And unfortunately for her, it's still 6 seconds to the rears of Akins. You see Gaines, Miller, and Schultz. These are all great times, but it just goes to show you, I know we kind of maybe overkill, it just goes to show you just how special this young lady is and how bright of a future, if everything holds together, that she has.
Yeah, coming in 6 seconds faster than the next fastest time, and we'll see how this plays out, but that difference will probably hold true and stay fairly consistent.
It's this early in the year, how much does Akins want to put into this? While the weather is nice, it's still very early. There's a whole lot of track and field left to go in the season, so we'll see what happens here. But Akins in lane 4. Lane 2 is empty, by the way. That was Bird from Lincoln Prep is not in lane 2. Akins stepping side to side, just trying to keep herself warmed up.
And there aren't many runners who are out here today or just running in general that know that, number one, have the aspiration and the goal of running in the Olympics, but to know that it's possible and attainable. It's just a whole new level of preparation, competition, and at this point, she really is her biggest competitor is herself. And so the key for her is to stay focused, keep developing her race, fine-tuning it as the season goes on.
Runs with her hands open.
Mm-hmm.
Also getting off to a good start, that is Ramsey.
Hands are open, but they're still fairly relaxed. Now, if she were to tense those up and kind of make them a little bit more web-like and, flex, then at that point it could tie her up. But yes, she does. That's one of her distinct characteristics is she runs with her hands open. But her stride is very, very unique, very long. That you just don't see that very often in high school.
She's tall, but she has fast turnover. For as big as she is, she has great leg turnover. Powering her way to the line, 48, 49, 50. It is not going to be her best by any stretch, but she just can't help it. That is just amazing as she runs 53.48, and still one of the best times in the nation. And again, she is the #1 runner in high school. And she'll take that and just move on. There are bigger fish to fry as they come down the backstretch.
They just announced that's a meet record.
It is a new meet record.
53.48. And then one thing you'll notice about her hands on the final leg here is she does close her hands up near the end here.
There she goes.
Mm-hmm.
Arms swing a little bit side to side. I see her getting a little bit side to side, the shoulders moving back. I'm being critical of the 53, right. But
easy for us to say. But you're right, yeah.
But if she is going to move on and move into the next level, that is something that she definitely knows will be worked on. What a great runner. Just so much power. And she's not done yet. She still has a 200 left for later today.
I think Dion Cliso might be with her right now.
See if we can get that done live, or we'll have it for you here in just a moment. While we got a chance, let's take a look at the first.
Another meet record. Not your fastest time this year, but when you're looking at this race, is the 400 your favorite? Do you have a favorite race? That's one of my questions.
I don't really have a favorite race. I like them all. Hate the 400 the most, but it's one of my best races, so gotta keep with it.
Well, tell me this: when you're in this position a lot. You're out in front probably a long way. What kind of focus does it take on that back stretch and then coming down the stretch there to kind of stay in form and do what you need to do?
Yeah, I just try to stay focused on my race and try not to worry about everybody else. Stay relaxed, keep pushing, because only I can get to the finish line. The finish line doesn't come to me. So.
Well, good luck the rest of the way. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
That's spoken like the 400. The finish line doesn't come to me. No, it doesn't. It's like we just said, it almost seems like it's running away from you. But
she understands she's so good at the 400, she can't not run it, right? I hate it the most. I like them all, but I hate the 400 the most. Spoken like a true sprinter.
It's going to be one that she excels in without a doubt.
First heat of the boys 400-meter dash now. Dalton Bartlett in lane 3, Gabriel Montejo from Hermitage in lane 4, and Theopolis Woods of Grandview in lane 5. Fastest seat time in this coming in is Montejo, 58.74 in lane 4 from Hermitage.
On the corner, 100 meters to go. Montejo.
We're talking
popping
about
those
tall,
arms, trying to get himself to the finish line.
And we're talking about tall runners. He's one of the tallest today. He looks like
he got a little bit of height.
About 6'3", 6'4", maybe.
Looks like
he's
it.
Tall, yeah. He can cover some ground, no doubt.
And he covers enough ground to run 56.4. So quite a bit faster than his seed time. Let's take a check of the second heat. This is the second of 5 of the 400-meter dash. Tyler Stevenson in lane 1 from William Chrisman. Dallas Frudenberg of Staley in lane 2. Miles McFarland in lane 3. Isaiah Keyser in lane 4. Bernard Bailey in lane 5. Dominic Tar Brooks in lane 6. And Deontay Nelson in lane 7. The fastest time coming into this heat belongs to Keyser at 54.2.
And from here on out, it looks like most of the lanes, if not all of them, will be filled. We have 7 runners in this heat, and then the next 3, at least at this point, based on the heat sheets and the schedule.
The nice thing about this is it's obvious if there's it's not a scratch one, scratch all. When I say that, there are a lot of college meets and bigger meets. If you scratch an event, you scratch all of the events. If you have any events left once you scratch a race, your day is done, basically. So that is not the case, and it's good this early in the season because there's just times where you're just simply going to have to drop out of one.
I think most of the teams probably want to take advantage of the high level of competition this early in the season. So, of course, if you're under the weather, not feeling well, or nursing an injury, you're probably going to sit back. But other than that, you probably want your athletes to be able to compete to get the experience. And talking about Zaya Akins, how special to be able to. And we haven't run the 200; she's scheduled to run, but to be able to watch her run in 3 events. I was hoping maybe she might pull off a 4x1 or 4x2 too, but I didn't see that happen. So, or maybe 4x4.
So we have lanes, actually have a few open lanes in this heat. We'll get those for you here in just a few minutes just a moment as we are underway. Now Out in lane 5, that is Bailey. Making up the stagger, running well. In lane 2, that is Frudenberg as well. Now Frudenberg really starting to pull up alongside the leader. McFarland also there from Park Hill. Frudenberg out in front. Here comes McFarland. McFarland trying to give chase. He's not going to get there. Frudenberg wins the second heat of the 400-meter dash. Taking a check of the time at 52.9. That is significantly faster than what young Dallas Frudenberg has run so far this year.
And he was happy with that finish. He had put 2 fists up in the air, and he had a nice lean. Watch this lean. All you young runners out there, as you come across the line.
Arms back, chest out, just what you want.
Yep.
Right there.
Clearly had it, but he still had the lean in there, so good finish for him. And it looks to be, by his reaction, a good time, happy time. He's happy with that.
52.95, the final official time for Dallas Frudenberg. Let's take a check of the next heat. Isaiah Fuller of William Chrisman in lane 1. Jacob Bowles of Raytown in lane 2. Malachi Howard of Blue Springs South in lane 3. Najee Simpson of Raytown South in lane 4. Isaiah Hill in lane 5. Brant Wilson in lane 6. Justin Giles in lane 7. DeJuan Chambers in lane 8.
I think that was section 4.
Or section 4.
That's okay.
Did I just give it?
No,
okay,
that's all right.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
You're fine. You're good.
Well, I'll let you do section 3 since I did 4 already. Now you see them up
We'll
there.
go backwards.
So Kane, Snodgrass, Lakes, Collins, Job, Holt, Quick, and Medlin. My apologies to these 8 young men. Getting a little ahead of myself.
You're reading that with Zaya Aiken speed, Rod. That's what you're doing.
That's what I'm going. I'm going to warp speed.
Yep.
One thing about this meet, we mentioned it earlier, these are timed finals, so it's not like some meets that we bring to you on Spectrum where it's just all finals. These are timed finals, so everyone gets to take a crack at it. You don't get a warm-up race. And one thing that can happen, especially in the hurdles, if you fall in the hurdles, and we've seen runners who are favored to win races not win them or not even make it into the finals. Here it is, it's one race, and you just do your very, very best to get as far up to the front and make the stopwatch work as little as possible.
It looks all but one runner in this race. Lane 6 is open, but all the others are full, and that's Mecky Quick from Staley out in lane 7 with the lead. And Raytown's Isaiah Collins. And inside of him is Cedric Lakes from Battle. Ooh, might be enough to get second, but it's Quick. Perfect name. From Staley out in lane 7. Looks like he takes the win. And he does, 52.54. And watch Battle in lane 3. Cedric Lakes had a battle in the yellow there. He had a great finish.
Almost saved a little bit too much. It looked like he might have had a little bit too much in the tank.
Yep.
But still a good result. Bring up the 4th heat since I've already mentioned them. I'll bring them up here in just a little bit. Again, there are 5 heats in this event, and then it's going to take a little bit of time to get things set up. They're getting ready to get the hurdles out, but we'll have arguably one of the toughest races in track, and that's the 300 intermediate hurdles. That'll be coming your way next here The 61st Bill Summa Invitational. Glad you're with us today on Spectrum, the Hy-Vee game of the week. It has been a great day. It's gotten a little bit cool with the breeze, but other than that, really not too bad. Here you see Fuller, Bowles, Howard, Simpson Hill, Wilson, Giles, and Chambers ready to do battle here in Section 4.
Shout out to the graphics team, especially the logos and the mascots. I like those at the when they show the winner with all the different mascots. We just saw the Falcons of Staley in that last race.
So here we go.
Taylor Manning. Kayla Manning. Kayla, good job. Love it. Keep it up. Because we say the name of the school a lot, right? But the mascots kind of get lost sometimes. So I like to see those mascots.
Everybody in the blocks, ready to go.
And we might actually have everybody in this race. Let's see.
It looks like it.
Yep.
All 8 lanes are filled. Out quickly, that is in lane 6, Wilson Brandt, or Brandt Wilson. Coming around the corner.
And there's our lone Kansas school out of Baser Linwood.
Got his head back. He is really trying hard, and Giles starting to come up on the outside of him, making up the stagger. So on the inside, looks like Howard is there as well. A little over 100 meters to go. Pulling hard towards the finish line. It's going to be another close one, but it looks like it's lane 7. That is Giles. Oh, and he pulls up right at the end. I don't know if he got hurt or if he just tired enough. But he just started getting a little bit sloppy right at the end. Hangs on. Rockbridge runner wins in a time of 50.5. Watch right at the end. Justin just starts getting into a little bit of trouble. Don't know if he tripped or if he started to pull up. Right there, you just see it.
He had a great 250 to 350. That was he made up a lot of ground right there.
Looks like maybe he just got tired and don't think he's injured.
I think his legs felt like spaghetti and they just started to give out on him a little bit.
Kind of need to get him up off the turf and get him on his feet. So hard to slow your breathing down and get yourself back into a more relaxed mode after that. As we see the lineup for the 5th and final section of the boys 400-meter dash. Charles Haight of Rockhurst, Brendan Kerr of Rockhurst, Eric Luschik, I should say, of Liberty North, August Jones of Park Hill, Keegan Hart is next, Jordan Robinson Agwu of Raytown, Jack Harborhall of Liberty, and Alexander Thompson of Winnetonka. And Jones with the fastest time. He is the only one so far this year that has eclipsed the 50-second barrier. Does not mean we will not see more of it in this race. And coming up next, as we said, 300 intermediates.
Couple teammates in lane 1 and 2 going against each other. Charles Hake and Brendan Kerr from Rockhurst. Probably see Rockhurst later in the 4x4. They usually have a pretty strong 4x4 team. Looks like Kerr's going without blocks in lane 2.
Do you see that occasionally? Boy, they held them a long time. Now they're out and running. Quickly trying to make up the stagger Looks like that's Robinson. Also, Kerr on the inside from Rockhurst in the white singlet with the blue shorts. Now Kerr really starting to make up some time, but he's got a lot of pedaling to do. There's a lot of fast people in those outside lanes as they come around to the top of the home stretch. And Kerr still there, but here comes the rest of the field. Doing battle from Park Hill, that is Jones. Jones trying to fight off everybody, and they all hit the line together. And August Jones, 50.1, comes away with the win from Park Hill High School. Kerr hangs on for second at 50.2, and another dead heat as we have a pair of 50.21s on the clock as well. As Nate, you see the finish there.
Yeah, and August Jones stayed strong throughout that entire race. He started to tighten up just a little bit, and Robinson Ugwa from Raytown trying to catch him at the end, but
it was close.
It was close, but that was a good race and really, really close to that 49-second mark, but just over it at 50:11. Solid time, good time, especially this early in the season.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we're going to have one of the tougher races in track and field, the 300 intermediate hurdles. The Spectrum's coverage of the 61st annual Bill Summa Invitational returns in a moment. IV, proud to support Greater Kansas City High School athletics that they have done for so long, and we are so grateful for all the support that they give to these kids. Certainly we cannot do without the Bill Summa Invitational Track Meet at William Chrisman High School, the 61st edition. And it has been a good one so far early in the year, but we are seeing some terrific times. Everything going well here. The crowd enjoying some sunshine, a little breezy and a little chilly, but other than that, really not too bad compared to what we have had over the past couple of weeks with the relentless wind. So it has been really good. Let's go trackside for a moment. Here's Dion Clisson.
All right, here with August Jones from Park Hill. Just won the 400. It's a good day to run, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so.
Well, tell me this.
Good day to win.
Yeah, that heat tightened up there at the end. What were you feeling as those guys were kind of getting close to the end of the stretch?
Lift my knees up and claw through. Just finish strong. And I knew I had it over them mentally, so that's all it was.
How do you feel like your season's going so far?
I haven't been running as fast. Hoping to break 50, probably next meet.
Right. Well, good luck. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
300 intermediate hurdles up next. This is all about just holding form. It's a little different than with a 400 in college, and the biggest difference is from the last hurdle, you don't have much space between you and the finish line. You hit that first hurdle, you hit that last hurdle, and you have just about 10 meters to the finish line. In the 400, which is in college, you have about 40 to 50 meters to the finish line, so you actually have time to come back and maybe overhaul an opponent. That's really not the case here. It really comes down to the very last hurdle, and hit or miss can really determine what happens in your race.
Yeah, by the time you're over that last hurdle, you're pretty much over the finish line too. So it's gonna go one way or the other. But you're right, you don't have as much time to make up. But if you stumble on that last hurdle and have a rough go at it over that can definitely have an effect on the race. But a lot of respect for 300-meter hurdlers. Running 300 or 400 is hard enough without something in your way. So then you throw those hurdles in the mix, and yeah, that's a tough race.
There you see the lineup for Section 1, 4 sections of the girls, and also 4 sections of the boys. Spencer Myers Howard. Sounds like a law firm. Spencer Myers Howard. Carmen Spencer, Liberty Myers. And Brielle Howard. So they get the hurdles set up here. I want to remind you, coming up later on next month, the first Friday in May, one of the other great track classics that grace the Kansas City area will be on the other side of the river at Shawnee Mission North, the 71st Shawnee Mission North Relays. One of the really great late season track meets. And if you love distance running, that is the meet, because it is loaded, and it could be loaded again this year. We anticipate some outstanding times in that race. Well, this is going to be a little bit of a lonely run because everybody else decided to stay out of this, and I know they've probably tried their best to accommodate Liberty Miles, but they just couldn't, so she's going to end up hauling this one all on her own.
So the home team runner gets all the attention in this first race. Maybe that's fitting. She deserves it.
So Myers, who has a 56.6. A little hard to run when there's nobody else alongside. Boy, it nearly went down. She's struggling. I know that one hurt.
That's actually Carmen Spencer from Grandview in lane 3.
Oh, is it Carmen Spencer?
Carmen
Sorry.
Spencer. Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
No, that's okay.
So Spencer over the last hurdle and will come across the finish line. That's no fun running by yourself. You'd like to really, I mean, there's just this competitive nature in every track athlete. It doesn't matter if you're in the slowest heat or the fastest heat. You want to run against people and you want to beat them. So that was not, especially in a race that's this grueling. You just don't want to have to do that by yourself.
Yeah.
Spencer runs one, we'll get the final time here, 63.1 seconds.
The rest of these heats are probably full. You're right. They probably wanted to try to accommodate, but as long as everybody shows up for the rest of the heats. Now, what you wouldn't like to see, what would be kind of sad would be a couple of these heats are missing a few runners.
To drop,
right? Yeah.
Well, and I'm not sure they can compress the field if they have to anyway. So we'll come up here to heat 2. Fry, Carter, Finley, McNeil, Park, McFall, Washington, and Nunn. McNeil from Raytown South. In the center of your screen there in the red.
Zaya Aiken's teammate here in lane 4.
One thing about this track, the way it is configured, that lanes 1 and 2 actually start in the turn. They do not have a little section out straight ahead on the backstretch to allow the 2 of the runners to start on the straightaway. A couple of stutter steps there, but everybody still running well and still upright. That's the main thing. Stay upright and stay running in this event. This is such a tough grind. Looks like that's McNeil hitting the first hurdle. She's being challenged out in lane 6. That is McFall. So McNeil and McFall. But it is McNeil. Oh, she really pounded that last hurdle. Has one more to go to get over. Much better over that one and powers her way to the win.
And Ava Park from Liberty North actually stumbled over the third to last hurdle, got up and finished, and almost came in third after that. That was a great comeback by her.
So McNeil, 51-24. Coming right at you. You can tell when you get tired, you start getting turned sideways.
Right.
There's the one hurdle. She didn't just hit that thing, she just pancaked it with her foot.
And her leg was moving forward enough that she stayed on track, right?
Yep, she basically just stepped on it and stepped it down to the track. Yona McNeil, 51-24. The smile on her face. She's probably going to like that time. Let's take a check of the next heat. The third of 4. Lined up and ready to go. Thompson, Heidbreeder, Wright, Gates, Harris, Emerson, and Butler. I don't think Hurl is in this. Her name is up there, but I did not see her in a block. If we get a headshot again, we'll see. Lane 8 is open.
In seed times, we're starting to get first one under 50. Amy Gates out of Liberty North coming in with a seed time of 49.42. And then they get even faster in the fourth and final heat.
Everybody away cleanly. 2 hurdles down. Coming up on the inside, running well. We'll try to get that number for you. In lane 3, that's right. So right in lane 3. Oh, really had to stutter on that one. Really shortened up on that second to last hurdle. Has to a little bit on that one too, but it does not matter. And she runs a pretty respectable time. Ends up running 49.07. And had to stutter away there, but still managed to run her personal best so far this year. Right there. Boy, you're lucky you get over that. If she were any shorter, she might not get over that one. She's tall and has long legs. She was able to just basically step over that last second to last hurdle.
And you're probably taking more steps as the race goes on because your legs are tired. So then your steps get kind of, your steps get messed up in between the hurdles.
49.07. Bentonville West product coming away with a win in Heat 3. Now comes Heat 4. Mackenzie Mortina, lane 1. There you see Cullum, Parker, Parsons, Hood, Zavoda, Muhammad, Cantwell. Casey Hood from Rockbridge and Grace Parsons from Rockbridge. It's like to have teammates like that running 44 and 45 respectively in the 300 intermediates.
And I have on mine lane 5 is Kennedy Herrig of Liberty North. I think that might be, I think Casey Hood, I think that's, I don't think they'd allow him to run
that
in
was
this
the wrong,
300.
no.
Yeah.
Mackenzie, Lance, Grace, Herrig, Parsons, Savoda, Muhammad, Cantwell.
Yeah.
There you go, Mac! There you go! Go get this next one!
Power their way by our camera in turn 3.
Parsons is looking really strong in this race as they come around the home
She
stretch
has
here.
really got a great stride going here with 3 hurdles to clear. Look at her pull away. She is leaving the field. Had to stutter a little bit on that one. Over that one cleanly and hits the line and the 45 roughly and change. 44.96 for Parsons. Herrig is next at 46.61. Muhammad third, the Winnetonka runner running 46.77. And then Lancia Parker of Winnetonka, teammate 48.65. So Grace Parsons stutters a little bit, but not much, and it didn't make a difference. More than enough to win in a time of 44.96.
That second to last hurdle seems to be the stutter hurdle. It's happened in the last 2 races. You could see how it could happen. Start getting tired and form breaks down just a little bit, but she still looked really good and great time under 45.
Going to raise the hurdles up a few notches and get ready for the boys. Coming up in just a few minutes after this, we have the girls' 800-meter run. There are 2 heats of the girls, 3 heats of the boys. So we'll see plenty of the half-milers get going. I wonder how many of those are distance runners moving down and how many of them might be quarter milers moving up. I don't know about your coach in your days at KU, but mine in indoor track where you have the 600, the 800, the 1,000, the mile, and the quarter, and they put you in all of them just so you can.
Right, yeah. The 600 yards was the furthest I ran indoor a couple times, and that was enough. That was enough of that.
Looks like we're going to have just a single in this race as well.
What did you like about your race?
I really liked how strong I got out. Like, a big thing with my coach is always be like the first one to the first hurdle. So like that's gonna be my goal for the rest of the season, honestly. I'm really happy with it. Just
those last couple hurdles there, you got a little.
Oh gosh. I am working on that, like, second to the last hurdle. I find myself stuttering a lot because I think I'm just not gonna make it. So like that's what we're working on in training, like, a lot. And that last one, I was like,
Well, better to do it this time of year than later, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So much better to do it this time.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Listen, talking with your winner, Grace Parsons. That was Deshaun Shannon, who had to run by himself. The William Chrisman Bear finishing the first heat of the boys 300 intermediates. We'll try to get you the second heat up on the board here in just a moment, as 4 heats of the 300 intermediates. You see Howard, Graham, Tafoya, Johnson, Lanier, Peyton Stewart, Ball. Fastest time belongs to Kobe Johnson in a 44.86.
Coming up in a couple of heats, we saw him in the 110-meter hurdles as Asher Bugs Tipton from Green City. He's coming in with a 38.33. That's crazy. That's moving.
That is fast. A lot of people don't run the 300 at 38.33, much less putting 11 hurdles between you and the finish line.
Looks like lane 4 is going to be open. That was Kobe Johnson of Grandview. In lane 8, Dylan Ball from Fort Osage. Looks like that lane's empty as well.
We are away middle of the field, moving quickly. That is Lanier. Johnson trying to make up the stagger. If you're watching this, try to watch the hurdles. Whoever hits the hurdle first, there's so much stagger in this race. Try to see who gets to the hurdles first. Now it gets a little easier as they get to the home stretch here. Few stutter steps in lane 2, though. That is Graham. Long strike. Tall runner gets over the hurdles cleanly and gets to the finish line in first. And Nathan Graham runs 43.23. As we look at the last 100 meters of this race.
Little bit of a stutter there on the third to last hurdle, and a couple there, but he powered through and didn't keep him from winning the race.
Nope, it did not. Gets through the last hurdle cleanly.
Another cool mascot logo right there, the Jaguars. And that's quite a bit faster than he came in with a seed time of 45.64, so he was able to better that by more than 2 seconds.
Let's take a look at the lineup for Heat 3. There's Gang, Juleson, Anderson, Knutson, Innen, McClanahan, Mantooth, and Webb. Fastest time belonging to Knutson of Rockhurst, a 42.65 so far this season. In section 4 coming up, and again, waiting for Green City's Asher Bugs Tipton, who has gone sub 40 already this year in this event. They are away. Quickly up through the middle in lane 5. That's Innen, Shad Innen. Still out in front. Shot looking strong. Just a straightaway to go. Now tumbles just a little bit as he falls back. And then being chased by McClanahan. Now McClanahan stuttering over the second to last hurdle, but it's not going to matter. He's going to get over the last one and get into the finish line cleanly. McClanahan running a 41.50 to win Heat 3 of the 300 intermediate hurdles.
And Rashad Ennen really seemed to struggle there over those last few hurdles, not just getting over the hurdle, but then actually running outside of his lane for just a couple of steps. But McClanahan stayed consistent and stayed strong through the finish.
So a 41.5, you go, did I really just run that? You did, young man. Not bad. He looks up at the scoreboard with a smile on his face. That's what he wanted to see this early in the season. 41.50. That might beat a few kids in this next heat.
Yeah.
He could end up with a pretty good showing here. Jeremiah Kelly, Kamani Akins, Ethan Gregg, Asher Bugs Tipton, Madison Collin. You see the rest of the field ready to go here in the final heat of the boys 300 intermediates. Walking back to their blocks, ready to go. It looks like everybody is going to participate. All 8 lanes are filled up.
Well, all the runners want to keep moving those muscles as long as they can, stay loose before they back into those starting blocks.
It's amazing how quickly you can cool off when you're standing in a block in a crouch position. Your muscles don't really particularly like being compressed like that as they are away. Well, and coming up right up the middle in lane 4 as expected. That's Tipton, Bugs Tipton. He just stuttered a little bit, but he's still looking so strong over that one. Well, took the long stride there to get over that one. 3 hurdles to go, now 2 to go. Starting to pull away, stutters a little bit on that one. That's going to let the field get closer, and it's becoming a close race, but it is not enough as Kelly could not challenge just enough on the inside, and Bugs Tipton wins it in 38.61. Kelly breaks the 40-second barrier. In fact, Kelly and Madison both eclipsed the 40-second mark. 38.61, 39.05, and 39.81. The last hurdle, boy, Bugs Tipton, he's probably feeling good that there was not much space between the last hurdle and that finish line. The winner, Asher Bugs Tipton, a time of 38.61 out of Green City.
Well, he definitely pushed those other runners. They get to watch him, and I'm sure that helped Kelly to his finish in time.
They're going to remove the hurdles. We're getting ready for the girls' 800-meter run as coverage of the Bill Summa Invitational continues following this timeout. 61st annual Bill Summa Invitational continues. The first of 2 heats of the girls' 800-meter run. 2 laps around this 400-meter track. Natalie Coleman in lane 1, Carolyn Diltz in lane 2, McKenna Simpson, Shelby Lingle, Brianna DeBoard, Claire Richardson, Lyle Bellmeyer, Yvonne Lucho, Sydney Smith, Jordan Gossage, Ava Sullivan, Avery Heiner, Maya Daniels, and Priscilla Asami Plasmi. Now, instead of starting in lanes, because of the size of the field, they will also run this in a double waterfall start. Here's the lineup.
Okay, ladies, here we go. Here we go. On your mark.
Just a 2-command start, like all distance races. Break into lanes 1 and 4, and then we'll break into the first lane. And they reach the 3 cones at the top of the straightaway. And everybody blending in quickly. 2 quick laps here. The girls' 800-meter run. Other than the 300 intermediate hurdles, this one also ranks as a fairly tough go. Call it the 800-meter run. It's the 800-meter dash anymore. But he's still running well.
Looking over at the American flag, and it's pretty close to being straight out now. I think the winds have picked up a little bit more this afternoon. Still really nice, though. Can't complain, but the wind might be affecting the runners a little bit more than it was earlier today on that curve, on that turn, especially the first turn.
That is Lingle, then Coleman, 73 first quarter. Lucho in third, then Dilt, Simmons, DeBoard, Richardson. In that order. Gossage, then Smith. 300 meters to go for your leader.
So a 1:13, 63 second split, right?
Correct.
On the front first 400. So yeah.
Shelby trying to hang on. This is where you really start going into lockdown. Just trying to stay relaxed, but stay running with power and efficiency. 800 meters, kind of the epitome of that. Speed and efficiency as much as you can. 80 meters to go. Shelby Lingle, led wire to wire. Being chased down, but it's not going to be enough. And Shelby crossed the line at 2:31 and change. We'll get the official time. 2:31.41 runs a 78, so it goes 73.78. Kenneth Simmons from Fort Osage next in 2:32. Let's go trackside here between heats 1 and 2, and here's Dion.
Right here with Asher Bugs Tipton, and just set the meet record here. I know you're here by yourself. You're running by yourself. How tough is that final straightaway? I mean, it seems like everybody's trying to get those last steps.
Yeah, it's definitely a gut race, that last 100 meters. But I just kept my big strides and kept on pushing until I went past the finish line.
Well, we talked about when you won the 100 meter, coming and running with these guys. This has got to be another great experience for you.
Yeah, it is. Just those guys out there when I ran, they were pushing me to just break that record and get my times. I'm just proud I could be here and be a part of it.
What kind of goals you got set for the rest of the season?
Get 13.8 in the 110s, and get 4 more state titles under my belt.
All right, well, good luck. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
See section 2 coming up. And we'll see if Ford is in this race. She was not in the 1600. So she has the number 1 time at 2:14.18, and she doesn't have the number 1 time just a little bit. She has the number 1 time by a long stretch.
I was looking up Green City. I had not heard of Green City. I looked it up. It's in northeast Sullivan County. It looks like it's about 2.5 hours away. The population was 657. That was back in 2010, but smaller town, really fast 300-meter and 110-meter hurdler from that town. So that's pretty cool.
Here we go. The next heat of the girls' 800-meter run. And May Walker, who won the 1,600 meters, is also in this race. And she has got, you see the crowd around her. She's not relaxing like she did in that 1600. She is on this one. This race might be a little more in her wheelhouse. Number 4, Gracie Jacobs, right on her shoulder.
So, Rod, is it more common to see runners maybe double up with the 16 and the 8 versus the 16 and the 32, or do you see some of both?
I think it's more the 4 and the 8 instead of the 16 and the 8. If you run the 32, 800 goes really quick. You got to carry a lot of speed. You got to be pretty diverse to drop that far from the 32. You can go 16 and 8, but 32 down to 8 gets pretty tough.
32 and 16.
Yeah,
Would
32 and 16 does work.
See some of that? Yeah.
Did that way too much in high school.
That's a lot. That's
Run
a lot of steps.
Run the second race of the finals and the second to last race of the meet.
Right.
That's never much fun.
And then if some sprinters are hurt, you might throw a 4x4 in there, right?
Yeah, right.
At the very end.
Franks now trying to take this race away from Walker. May Walker trying to give chase. Franks keeping her hands open. Ready to get to the top of the straightaway here. 100 meters to go. Gracie Jacobs. See as they hit the line. First quarter was 70. Bring the clock up, and it is Jacobs, 2 minutes, 22 seconds, runs a 71 last quarter. May Walker finishes in second, Franks in third, actually finished third at 2:26.04. And Rue from Blue Springs South runs 2:27. There's the finish.
And Jacobs looked over her shoulder as they came around the turn there, and if Walker was much closer, she could have done one of those sneaky inside of her. We saw some of that last year, but she was far enough ahead of her that it didn't happen.
There you see your winner, Gracie Jacobs, out of St. Teresa's. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That's 2 seconds faster than her fastest time so far this year. Now we have 3 heats of the boys' 800-meter run. See the first 8, 14 in this race if they're all in there. The rest of the field up there. The fastest time so far this year belongs to Campbell Hobbs, or Hobbs Campbell, I should say, which is 1:54.54, and that's picking them up and putting them down this early in the year. And 800 meters, that doesn't mean you're not going to see good times in this race this early in the season. They just don't come quite as fast or as often, simply because you're training in a far different way than most other races. You're trying to get your endurance built up. You don't carry as much speed. If you've had the privilege of running indoors, then you're going to have a little bit of a more of an advantage.
It's like the runners.
Everyone gets to do that.
The runners that started on the outside that cut in, I think all of them got in front of those inside runners. So looks like they took advantage of starting on the outside, having to run a little bit longer, but it worked out well for them, at least in the beginning of the race. Haven't seen any collisions today. That's good.
Everybody has stayed
no fights have broken out.
We've had a couple of falls in the hurdles.
Yep.
But other than that, it has been a pretty clean. Not a lot of pushing and shoving. And of course, you're not going to get a chance when the field is strung out this far already.
Right.
It's hard to get into any entanglements. Robertson is the runner in front. hit the line in 61. See if Roberson goes in a reverse split here. Clippard, Park Hill South is 62.
Some drag racing going on just outside
like
the stadium. Maybe that's inspiring the runners to run a little bit faster. You think?
So we have just about 200 meters to go. Now Roberson being overhauled. That is Clippard. Tanner Clippard of Park Hill South. He is going to reverse split if he keeps this pace up. He ran 62 in the first. Really pushing his way to the finish line. Not quite. About 2:06. We'll see as the clock comes up officially, as everybody else heading for the finish line. 2:07:10, so he runs 64 in the last quarter. The junior from Park Hill South. Get his arm straight. Looks up at the clock as he hits the line. Maybe he looks a little disappointed. I think he figures he could have gone a little bit quicker. Runs 64 in the last quarter. Roberson hangs on for second at 2:09:54.
We've seen a lot more smiles than frowns after races from runners, it seems like today. I think it's been a collective sense of accomplishment and overall positive vibes out here from the runners, so that's good to see.
It's such a great place to have a track meet. So many amenities. People handle this meet so well. It is always good to see. It's always good to be here.
They set the bar pretty high.
They do.
for the rest of the season, where these teams are going to go. And there'll be a return to the Kansas Relays this year, next week, 100-year anniversary. So would expect some teams from here to compete there next week.
You and I were lucky we got to run in the stadium, but the new facility is still something pretty special.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to run track.
Yep, they've done a nice job.
I know people frowned when they took it away from Memorial, but they made up for it by doing it the right way when they rebuilt. Built the new facility, for sure.
It was overdue. I think they were the last Big 12 school to move their track outside their football stadium. But Rock Chalk Park is a great track venue for sure.
Well, the other really cool place to run, the Ralph Higgins Invitational at Oklahoma State, was always a pretty neat meet. I don't know if they still hold that one or not, but that was always a fun place to run. Oklahoma State cross country was always a great place to run. So you see the field doing battle here in Heat 2. This one getting out much, much quicker than the first one. 30 seconds at the 200-meter mark. In front, that is Ryan Smith. Smith at Green Valley High School, the junior. Adam Bear, a sophomore from Rock Bridge, also in this race. But he's looking much, much smoother. 57, 58. We'll see what the official time is. 58:49 by Smith. Bear in second. He runs 59. Dreher runs 59 as well. Caden Mills at the 60-second mark. So they are not running slow by any stretch. The whole question now is what can they do here in this last 300 meters? As you see Adam Bear start to move up from Rock Bridge. He wanted the pink uniforms. There you go.
They're bringing it. They're bringing it late in the afternoon. That's okay though. We're starting to see more people from Rock Bridge.
You can wear pink if you run the 800. You know.
Right. And Bear's looking strong as he takes the lead there and coming down the home stretch.
Smith trying to hang with him right on his heels with 80 meters to go as they come by us. Nice smooth stride. Boy, look at Bear. He is just really running well, and he hits the line. He's going to just miss the 2-minute mark. 2:01.66, runs a 62. That kid is a sophomore. That is a great number at 2:01.66, especially this early in the season.
You could tell he quickened up his pace there in the last 50.
Oh, looking solid, very, very good. Dreher ends up in third, 2:03.72. And Noah Lee in fourth, 2:04.89. Well, everybody waiting for this next race. If you have a something to look forward to in a middle distance race with anticipation, this one certainly is it as well. This is really going to be a battle. Hobbs Campbell of Joplin, 1:54.54. Grayson Tapp, who we saw in the 1600 meters, is right behind him at 1:55.56. So this is going to be a great fight. There you see Cammie, 1:57. Lynan with a 1:58. McWhorter, 1:58. And Caden Clinton at 1:59. So Colin and Caden from Liberty North.
And 1:54 even late in the season. That's a
1:54 late in the season is still very, very good.
That's a good time. That's a respectable college time.
Yep. 54, 55, and 57. Certainly nothing to sneeze at. That is for sure.
Now the positioning on this, is there probably is a correlation between your seed time and where you line up?
Yep. Where you line up, the fast kids are on the outside there. Numbered 1 through 5. And then the rest of the field lines up in the second waterfall. The only advantage of being to the outside, the disadvantage is you can't see what's happening behind you.
Right.
The advantage is you have maybe a little bit less chance of getting tripped, especially since there are only 5 of you out there. You've got 4 whole lanes to run in and blend in here right at the start, and then more space and more room when you get to the 100-meter mark. A nice quick set and gun by the starters. And we are underway, and they're not going to wait for anybody in this race. Everybody already up in a big knot as they get into the blend line, the back line getting right up there in a hurry. Here come the runners from the outside.
And that was the first race where the runners from the outside didn't get in first.
No,
they had some catching up to do.
They're up there now. They did not mess around in this race. They are out and running quick. Everybody just trying to stay in this. There you see Tapp on the outside in the blue. See what they do here in the splits. You don't want to be on the inside of this mess. This is way too close.
August Thompson from Rockhurst there in lane 1. I think he got boxed in.
Yep. Tapping at 60. Campbell at 60. Not particularly fast by any stretch. They're going to have this. Definitely going to have to reverse split if they want to do anything in this race, and you can tell they are. They're in a full dead sprint side by side now with about 200 meters to go. They are in a dead sprint, and something has got to give, and it may be the person sitting back in third that could sneak up on both of them. Thornburg trying to give chase, but here come your leaders. And it looks like Tapp coming away with the win as he hits the finish line in about 1:58, 1:57.32. Campbell goes down to defeat. He runs 1:57.88, and Cammie who ended up winning the Elite 3200, finishes in third in 1:58.9.
And you can see Tapp runs a little bit more efficient than Campbell as they are running side by side on the home stretch there.
Boy, you wonder if that sprint right there at the end really kind of just took it out of Hobbs there, or Campbell right at the end. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, more action from the 61st Bill Summa Invitational on Spectrum when we come back. Summa Invitational on Spectrum and the High V game of the week. Glad you're with us on this Saturday afternoon. 5 heats of the girls and 5 heats of the boys, 200 meters.
So they just finished up the 800, and this is if there's any lag in the meet, it's usually between these two events because the starters need to relocate over there to the corner as we get ready for the 200. But all in all, very efficient. Waste very little time here in between events. It's a rolling schedule, so once the last event's over, they pick right up and get the next one going. So starters are relocating. The sprinters are now starting to set up their starting blocks for the first of 5 heats for the girls. And talked a lot about Zaya Akins today. She ran the 100, she ran the 400, and she's getting ready to run the 200 here in heat 5. So all eyes will definitely be on her.
So we are getting ready to go here in this event. Now, if you wonder why you have to move the starters and what that is, there is a timing device that is attached to the gun, and that triggers the start clock and the official timing. So that all needs to be plugged in and set up and make sure that it's all going. And you saw the clock, for people here in the stadium, they saw the clock start running, but that was just a test firing and make sure that everything is as it should be. Here's the first heat of the girls 200-meter dash. You see Bolin, Dunn, Weather, Spencer, Harvey, and Johnson in lanes 2 through 7.
And we saw some runners earlier today that had the no times, and you just don't know what they're going to bring. And sometimes they can run very fast. You just don't know. So, but again, they don't get the benefit of the doubt. So they're usually going to see those runners on the inside or the outside, depending on how many there are in a heat. So for this first heat, we have 2 runners, lanes 2 and 7, both coming in without a time. So they get the worst lanes, I guess. They gotta seed them somehow.
Before we get started, let's go down the field. Here's Dion.
All right, we're here with Grayson Tapp from Liberty North. Got a little double up today. You got the 800 and 1600. That last lap, you got into a pretty good dead sprint coming down there. What were you thinking on that last lap?
Just go. You gotta just sit for 500, 300 meters. Just go.
When you're going through these races in the middle part, early to middle part of the season, what are you focusing on?
Just to win, really. Gotta get the team points. It's nice to get 20 points for the team when I know it's a big meet. So,
well, as you go forward, is there a number you're looking to do, or just trying to cross and see where the numbers come at?
See what happens. See what the numbers come through at. So,
all right. Well, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Hey, congratulations, man. Thanks a lot.
So, Tapp with the win and a nice run there, and he was right. That was a dead sprint. That was just going to be a old-fashioned shootout. Sometimes you get in those in the 800 meters, and it's just who has more left in the tank by the time you get to the finish line. Bit of a delay still while we're getting things going here in the girls 200-meter dash.
He talked about the team aspect of it too. I appreciate him saying that. I was hearing over the intercom some of the team totals. So some of the meets, they put more emphasis on that than others, but you can tell that these athletes really rally around each other. You can see that during the race. You can see it after the race when they usually will see them, the excellent camera crew here will get their reaction after they finish finish a race, and not uncommon to see 2 or 3 teammates run up to them and congratulate them. So that's always good to see.
The fun is always the 4x400 where the mass wave runs from one side of the track, runs back over here to the other side, and back over to the other side, you know. And quite often the 4x4 can decide where the team scores end up. Can be one of the very important races.
I think the fans actually probably cover more distance than the runners in that
They do.
race.
The kids down in the
running
infield
back
just
and
about.
forth. Yep. That is fun to see.
Well, we're still waiting here for the 200-meter dash. It's tough on the kids because they've been warming up and they're in a routine, and now they're ready to get going here. But we're having just some difficulty getting the clock and the blocks set up.
Looks like one of the runners near the outside taking a little bit more time to get their block set up there in lane 7.
We've had a little bit of that. One of the pads in the blocks wasn't wanting to set properly, and it was causing a little bit of trouble. But if that's the worst of what happens on your day when you're running a track meet this size, you're in pretty good shape. Now we're ready to go.
On your mark.
This field, of course, like some of the early heats and the others, a little bit broken up at the moment.
Looks like lane 6 will be open. 1 and 8 were already open, so 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 should be full.
Boy, holding them a long time. Now we're away.
So it looks like four runners total for this first of 5 heats. And that's Lauren Johnson of Grandview out in lane 7 with the lead. Followed by Haley Weathers of Hermitage, or Promise Spencer rather. And Johnson with the win from Grandview. Came in with no time on the seed time, but she comes through the finish line at 28.86 for the win. Promise Spencer in second. And she is out in lane 7. No one to really gauge where she's at during the race, but it didn't matter. She won. Made the most of it.
Let's run down what's happening in in heat 2. Catherine Maggard of St. Teresa's in lane 1. Nevaeh Clausen in lane 2. Rylan Moritz in lane 3. Michaela Ojeda in lane 4. Erin Boatwright in lane 5. Janae Williams in lane 6. Kindly Renaki in lane 7, and Amparo Payne in lane 8. There you see the lineup. Fastest time belongs to Ojeda in 28.71. Looks like lane 7 is going to be empty in this one. That means Renaki is not running. Well, you want to just get still and get up and out of these blocks on a day like this. It's warm, the sun is warm, but that breeze is chilly. And out very quickly. And out in front in lane 6. Now that is Williams. And she is really picking them up and putting them down. And she hits the line in a more than respectable 27 and chain. We'll see where that ends up. Janae Williams of Raytown South, 27.45. Jado with a 28.45, and that is Moritz at 28.72, finishing in 3rd place.
I wonder if training with Zaya Akins, her teammate, helps her in these races. What do you think? It sure can't hurt, right?
It cannot hurt. Having a toe like that in training and workouts never, ever hurts. So let's take a check of the third of 5 heats. Alyssa True in lane 1. There you see Vadina, Garish, Morrison, Musselman, Watson, Smith, Essex, and Hardley.
Seed times are now dropping below 28. Got a couple 27s in there. Morrison 27.90 and Musselman Watson from Lincoln Prep 27.97. I feel like Lincoln Prep is a school we haven't seen a lot of today.
Not a lot.
More than
Green City.
Green City. I was going to say Green Valley. I knew it was Green something. We did see him twice, though.
Boy,
right?
And it was impressive twice.
We didn't see him for long on the track, but he was on there.
Runners power bias in the next heat.
Well, this looks really close.
It's going to be in lane 3, it looks like. They get the finish here. They hit the tape, and it's Garish of Rockbridge in 27.63. True is next, the Liberty High School freshman. That was a sophomore, freshman, sophomore, freshman, freshman in that heat. So you want to talk about a little bit of promise. Yeah, they were not in the fast heat, but that's a little bit of showcase of what's to come, because Garish ran 27.63. That's really not too bad.
Not bad at all. And True, the freshman out of Liberty, she had the lead, it looked like, until maybe the last 30 or 40 meters. So that was an impressive run there.
Here comes heat 4.
Pretty much we keep dropping a second in seed time as we go through these heats. Now we see some 26s, and then, there may be a 22 in heat 5. Then we drop 4 seconds.
We'll let you guess who that is.
Yeah.
Coming up here in just a few moments. Glotto, Edison, Jones, Allen, Ebenhouse, Dean, Grass, Carter. Your lineup here. You talk about a young field. Again, the first 3 lanes of this race are all freshmen. There is 1 senior, Ebbinghaus. Other than that, you've got a lineup, 2 seniors. You've got a lineup of 4 freshmen, 2 sophomores, and 2 seniors in this race. So some young kids running well here.
Looks like lane 6 is open.
Boy, getting out quickly. That is Essex. Check that right now in lane 3. That is Jones. From Battle High School. And Jones ends up winning at 26.39. And Jones is just a freshman.
She controlled that race from start to finish.
Ebbinghaus of Neosho second, 27.59. Then the freshman Glotto from William Chrisman, 27.65. And Grass, the sophomore of Liberty North, at 27.89. Well, we've seen her twice. We've seen her win twice. We'll see what happens this time. Zaya Akins back again. Score points for her team, Raytown South. Butts at 26.17. Then Ramsey. Ball, Akins. And Flowers. Also in this race. And look at Lindsay Ramsey. She's just a sophomore. The rest of it is pretty senior laden. A couple of sophomores in there. Adlin French, Liberty, also a sophomore, going up against some big-time talent here in this last heat of the girls' 200-meter dash.
I think some of these runners will tell their friends and family about how they ran against a future Olympian someday.
Well, Atkins out quickly. Already making up the stagger and past everybody.
She made all of them up in about 40, 50 meters.
And powering away. Somebody with that much size that can get that kind of leg turnover is just pretty much unstoppable. As she cruises and hits the line in 23 and change. See what the final official time is, 23:61. Rogers with a very more than respectable 25:11, and Flowers third at 25:28. Ramsey runs a 25:93, the sophomore, with an outstanding time of 25:9. There's the last 100 meters.
And Akins is at a point where she's sure she's working on different parts of her race, and the time's important, but it's not everything, and it's a long season, so she's, again, next level, high level runner there. It's all part of the process, and she's well on her way. So a lot of fun to watch her run today.
And important to stay just, you know, I think the one thing that people notice if they hear her or have heard interviews or anything is that she's a pretty well-grounded person, too. She's got her priorities set, and University of Kentucky, that was not on my list of guesses as to where she might go. Somebody asked me where I thought she went, and of course the first one that comes to mind with great quarter milers and great sprinters would be LSU, but Kentucky is going to have her, and they're going to enjoy having her run for them. That is for sure.
And I think she just left, but Gabby Steiner, I think is her name, the sprinter.
Yep.
I think she just graduated. She's Kentucky. That was the first person I thought of. Now running for USA in the Olympics, so good chance she's probably already met her, maybe on her visit or something.
That might have been an influence in getting her there for sure. Let's take a check of the first of 5 sections of the boys 200 meters, and then following that, we're going to have a small field in the girls 3,200 meter run, and then a much bigger field in the boys 3,200 meter run. Now remember, the elite 3,200 meters were run at 10 o'clock this morning. So those results are already done. But we do have another couple of legs of the 3,200 coming your way here in just a few moments. Here is the first of 5 heats of the boys 200 meter run. Marshall, Larson, Scherring, Holman, Sills Jr., Wright, and Toombs. They head for the line. It's going to be close for second, third, and fourth.
I think Marshall Jr. might have edged him out there in lane 2.
At 24:23. Sills Jr. a 24:33. And then Toombs and Larson 24:38, 24:39, and 24:45. Yeah, that's just about a dead heat. As we look at the finish, you see everybody just hitting the line together in a tight race in the first of 5 of the boys 200 meter dash. Heat 2. Aaron Thompson of Staley, James Christopher of Park Hill, Trenton Van Natta of Blue Springs South, Anthony Ransburg of Raytown, Holloway of Fort Osage, Raytown South Cedric Thompson, Nicholas Terrell of William Chrisman and Liberty's Matthew Bindle. Line up for Heat 2 of 5 of the boys 200 meter dash.
Seems to be one of the more popular races, having 5 heats of this. We've had some heats of 3 and 4, a couple 5s. I guess the 102 probably we had several in that event as well.
Go to some of those college indoor meets where they're 10 heats of the 60-meter dash, and you have to start limiting how many people can run at those races. And of course, it's hard to find indoor meets in Kansas. It's getting better. And in Missouri, there are a lot more facilities now in both Kansas and Missouri that allow you to do those. Everybody in the blocks getting ready.
Kind of like Major League Baseball where they set the timer for in between pitches. Maybe they need to do that for runners that get in their blocks.
Get them in the blocks.
You got 10 seconds.
Well, they hold them a long time getting ready, but once they get them into the set position, they get the gun off pretty quick. They don't keep them sitting there very long. That is Cedric Thomas looking really strong. Look at him power away from the rest of the field. Up on his toes well and hitting the finish line in 22 and change. And the Raytown South High Schooler, 22.90. Carlos Holloway from Fort Osage next to 23.31, 23.51 for James Christopher of Park Hill as they hit the finish line.
Did a really good job in that race of pumping his arms, and he looked pretty fresh. Even in the last 50 looked like a first 50 there. Kept his form pretty consistent throughout.
Already off.
Third heat coming up, 3 of 5 for the boys 200. In lane 1, Danny Richardson from Grandview. Justice Brownlee of Raytown in lane 3. Bernard Bailey of Rockbridge in 4. Dominique Tar Brooks of Raytown in lane 4. Chance Carrara of Battle. Kayian Cross of Battle in lane 6. Robert Collins Jr. of Staley in lane 7, and Jabbar Tanner from Blue Springs South rounds out this heat in lane 7.
All right, gentlemen, stand in front of your blocks, please. On your marks.
And 5 heats of the 200 meters. Girls 3,200 meters coming up in just a few moments. And we're underway.
Next heat, step up and set your block.
Quickly coming up on the inside, I believe that is Brownlee. Now in lane 7 and lane 1. We'll see who gets to the line first. It is Robert Collins Jr. in 22.74. Richardson ends up right behind him at 22.85, and Tar Brooks at 23.15. So Collins Jr., 22.74, the sophomore, winning heat 3 of the boys 200 meters.
And there's something about lane 1, I think, because I feel like a lot of the runners in lane 1 are coming up near the end and fighting for the lead, but come up just a little bit short. And that just happened in that race. But Hazlett had a nice, from William Chrisman, had a nice surge there near the end, but a little bit too little, too late.
Let's look at, go ahead.
Lane 4, or heat 4 of 5 now for the boys 200. We have Dayton Hazlett, the home team from William Chrisman in lane 1. Najee Simpson from Raytown South in 2. Jordan Robinson Ugwa of Raytown in lane 3. Justin Giles from Rockbridge in lane 4. Isaiah Hill from Neosho in 5. Riley Rawwing of Rockbridge in lane 6. Aiden Honeycutt in Bentonville West in lane 7. And Trenton Venata of Blue Springs South in lane 8. Fastest seed time coming into this is Giles from Rockbridge at 22.71, followed by Isaiah Hill of Neosho, 22.72. Again, these are timed finals, so we could see some of these times in these third and fourth heat come into the final standings once it's all said and done. Runners were asked to stand back up.
Saw something they didn't like either in the timing system or in a block, or a runner just decided that they were not ready. Now we're ready to go again. Heat 4 of the boys 200 meters. And we're off and running. A little bit of a limited field.
Little bit of a rock there. I think that was Isaiah Hill of Neosho, but the starter let him go. So
that is in lane 1. Hazlett. He's got good size, and he powers away to a win, and he may. We'll see what that time is. 22:30. The clock took a jump there, and it kind of shocked me there for a second because it stopped at 20, and I thought, no. I had to look twice. Hazlett was still a more respectable 22:30.
Well, he drives those.
Honey cut at 22:74.
I was just looking at those pictures down there, Rod, on the fence. They have the seniors, and Hazlett's on the far left there, holding his track spikes on the poster. That's kind of neat to see. Great arm drive, though. He really gets those arms up there and.
So a nice run, 22:30. Simpson ends up third. Isaiah Hill from Neosho ends up with a 22:97. And now comes Heat 5 and Casey Hood, who we have talked about. We talk about Zaya Akins. We need to talk about this kid too, because he can flat bring it. One shoe, two shoes, it really doesn't matter. He runs pretty well. If Casey were just joined us and you don't remember last year, Casey Hood actually ran out of one of his shoes and then still won. So
he was the anchor leg on the 4x2. 21:18 is the time he's coming in with.
Wow,
that is
fast.
Very fast. And looks can be deceiving. He's not a big guy. He's not tall. He doesn't have a very long stride. His turnover's extremely quick. And he covers a lot of ground fast, but he is not your prototype sprinter, really, or athlete. He just doesn't. He's not a very tall guy, but he's very, very quick.
Well, he's being challenged very quickly on the inside by Nick Bell. But now it just doesn't matter, because here comes Hood. Bell tried to give chase, but he's just not going to do it. And Hood just powers his way through, and he'll run. He may have broken the 21 barrier, no, not quite, 21:40. And then Nick Bell next at 21:91. Dominic Revels of Liberty High School at 22:05. There's the finish.
And you can't see
Casey Hood.
You can't see it from that angle, but you can see it when he ran past us going left to right. He propels himself when he's running, and he just, again, covers a lot of ground. He doesn't have he has actually a longer stride than you'd think he has. You couple that with the quickness in his turnover, and he's fun to watch. And he's getting faster. You can tell from last year to this year. And he said last year he wasn't quite healthy, kind of battling some injuries. So he's off to a great start this year.
Indeed he is. Stay with us when we come back. Coverage of the Bill Summa Invitational turns its attention to the girls' 3,200-meter run. All that and more when we come back in just a moment. '61st annual Bill Summa Invitational continues. We are in the home stretch of our coverage today here on Spectrum. Big thanks to all the cameramen and everybody back in the truck for making this all happen. It has been a great, great event, and we're glad to bring it to you here at the Hy-Vee Game of the Week. We're turning our attention to the distance races. Now, earlier today, the elite 3,200-meter run was held for girls and boys. Now we will have the regular 3,200-meter run. And with the scratches and the size of the field, this is going to be a rather small race. There are just 4 runners in this 3,200. Now, when we get to the second race, the boys, there'll be significantly more than that.
Scheduled to have 21 runners in the boys' race. This was supposed to have 5, but we have 1 scratch, so we're going to have 4 in this race.
Now, the way they are running this, they are not going to waterfall this. They are actually going to stagger start this one, which means there is someone in each lane, and they will run in that lane around the curve and then blend in. And that's not a big deal with 4 people. It gets to be a little more of a bigger deal when you have 2 people in each lane and you start getting 16, 17 runners in there. So we're underway.
This would be more of almost like an 800, but right, one runner per lane.
Yep. And we'll blend in here in just a moment.
And we were talking, you noticed just a little bit ago that the wind had seemed to pick up throughout the afternoon, and now I think it's kind of letting up a little bit. The flag's pretty much straight down now.
Yeah, it was starched out there for a little while, but maybe things have calmed down just a little bit. Continue to also watch some of the field events. The girls pole vault continues. So we are getting ready to finish the first of 8 laps of the girls 3,200-meter run. Kaylee Bell of Green Valley.
So as someone who's run both track and cross country, Rod, would you, for a distance like this, and I know that for cross country it's what, the 3K, 5K, so not the same,
it's
but
5K now.
5K,
yeah,
but if
just 2 miles back when.
So when you're running this far of a distance, would you, as a runner, do you prefer to run that on the track or in the field?
Well, I think cross country was just better for me because you don't really know which. Because the brain cells, lack of brain cells on my part, I always just liked cross country because I could just, it was just, you're just running, man. Put your head down and go. And
Yeah.
there really wasn't much strategy in it. Usually you were just running and just keeping your head down and going as fast as you could, where in this, there's usually a little more strategy involved in it. You're kind of more in a group. The field is smaller, obviously. You're only running against 8 to 10 people, 15 people, as compared to running against 40, 50, 60 people in a big group, which necessitates you get out very, very quickly. So this is a little more tactical. Let's go trackside. Here's Dion.
Here's Casey Hood from Rockbridge. Got another win here in the 200. And, how do you feel like your season's going on? Last year you battled some injuries, and this year you feel like you're totally healthy?
Yeah, I feel great. I feel way more explosive, healthier, especially in the runs I do. I'm just getting back to how I was running late last season, and by the looks of it, I'm already there. So.
Well, tell me this. What do you like about this meet? I mean, this is a lot of different teams. Some you'll see down at state, some you won't, but a lot of good athletes here.
Well, like Zaya, we have some of the best athletes in the country. So if a meet like this is having people like that here, I'm glad to be a part of that, especially with my name and the records at this meet.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You see Kaylee Bell looking pretty solid. She's got a sizable lead already here after 2 laps. Kastner right there is just now heading into the middle of the corner, and it's Bell that's already going down the back straightaway.
I wonder if we can find out to this point how many meet records have been broken. I've heard a few.
We've had a few.
Yeah. I think we had a few last year too, so it seems to be the trend as of late is breaking.
I think that comes down to better early season training and maybe even kids getting a chance to maybe run a little more indoor if they're getting a chance to get to the indoor tracks and run some like that. That might make a difference there as well. You see Bell still out in front. Now she may be in the slow heat or in this non-elite event, but she's gone 12:43, which is certainly not that bad, but the slowest time in the elite race was 12:09, and there was some fast races in that event. And those elite races were run all the way back at 10 o'clock this morning, and it was a little bit chilly back then. It was in the low 50s. Now that really actually is pretty comfortable for distance runners. It might be a little chilly for the fans and everything that we're having to come watch. So 5 laps to go. We're at 5:12 for Bell. That last quarter for her, 1 minute 35 seconds.
Looks like the winds have picked up just a little bit more than they were before, but still probably not a big issue for the
stretch.
Stretch
where it got nice there for a little bit. When you're by yourself like this is just, the finish line cannot come fast enough. You just want to, you start thinking about anticipating a win. You start anticipating getting to the finish line and everything, and then you try not to let your mind wander about that too much, and wander away and get away from what you're supposed to be doing. But so hard when you're by yourself like this to just keep driving along. And you can actually make a few decisions if you want to. I mean, do you want to push the issue a little bit? Do you want to really try to see if you can put up a better number? Do you want to just sit there and get this race over with and finish and get back in your sweats? A lot of different things go racing through your mind as to just how far you want to take this when you have that kind of lead. And you really can start to press on the accelerator a little bit harder and maybe take a chance that you normally wouldn't if someone's sitting there right on your shoulder.
I wonder, too, if you start thinking, it's almost like the mode or mindset of kind of going out on a run by yourself and try to get in some sort of kind of just
try to get on runners
get
on runners planet, as they call it, and just kind of get going. She's looking good, though. Still got a ways to go. 4 laps to go. We're not quite halfway through.
Well, it is a unique meet because you do have that elite race, so I doubt she's going to run another race like this where she's going to have this few of competitors.
Right. She will definitely be in more of a crowd in races to come. Just a junior, too. This is a young field. This field made up of a junior, 2 sophomores, and a freshman.
I've been impressed with the underclassmen in this meet. We've had some freshmen and sophomores who have, they're right in the mix. They're competing with the juniors and the seniors, and that's pretty neat to see.
Talk about an underclassman coming up here in just a couple of weeks, and when we bring coverage of the Shawnee Mission North relays. If this all holds true, you're going to see the fastest indoor high school miler ever. And Jim Ryan's 53-year-old indoor mile record got broken recently by a kid named Clay Shively, who is now just a junior. We watched him win the 1,600 meters as a sophomore last year at the Shawnee Mission North relays. Ran 4:04 in the mile indoors.
That's impressive. Yeah. That's indoors.
It's just staggering indoors. Of course, indoor tracks have gotten so much better than what they used to be. They're not the 160-yard bank board, bouncy springboards that you used to run on. The tracks are really spectacular now, but still, any way you slice it, that is just absolutely flying.
Did he run that on a 300-meter indoor?
I do not know where he ran that, but
Because there are a few. I know Iowa State has one. Pitt State has one.
KU has one. The Armory, the first one I ever heard of outside 200 meters was the Armory at the University of Illinois. And it's not 300 meters. It's 260 or, I mean, it's something just totally off the wall. But that was always a great place to run.
We ran on you're talking about wooden bank tracks. Freshman year at KU, we ran in Oklahoma City. We ran there twice.
At the Marriott.
Yep. We ran there to prepare for Big Eights, and then Big Eight indoors were on this, and it was like a roller derby track. We had half-inch spikes, and I felt like in that 200 I was going to fly right off the edge.
Yeah,
it took some getting used to.
You know, it's not banked. It's not like tracks now. You see the track, the one most notable lately is the one where the U.S. Nationals were just held in Albuquerque. And I had the privilege of running U.S. Masters Nationals there. And if you're not careful, you just step off the track because it is banked. It's like Daytona. I mean, it is banked so high and so sharp that you stop in the middle of a corner and you can't help but just make an immediate left turn and step off the track. And that is a nice place to run. If you were paying attention to track and field just a couple of weeks ago, the U.S. Nationals were held there. And a couple of other places over on the other side of the river in Kansas. Washburn University now has a very nice facility. Pittsburgh State with probably one of the really great indoor tracks. And, of course, KU still with a nice one. K-State is going to get ready to really make a major upgrade to theirs out of Ahern Fieldhouse and build a track facility that's going to be really nice. So with all the talk that has been over the last couple of years of actually eliminating indoor track, the indoor tracks are starting to come fast and furious now. So on a college level, that's good to see.
Yeah, I remember Ahern running there, and that was weird because you're running under the stands for part of that, and that was I think that was a 200-meter track, and no banks on that one. That was flat.
Well, Allen Fieldhouse also another one that is where you're running right by the beams. Kylie Bell gets the Bell lap.
We used to practice there in Allen Fieldhouse, and I think it was 3 or 4 lanes. It wasn't safe. I know that.
No, it was. You could get away with just about anything when you go behind the stands there at both ends of the track. That was always a fun place to run.
Well, it looks like she's staying strong in this race and making the most of the last lap, the Bell lap.
Already put one runner down a lap. We have the boys, the 3,200 coming up in just a few moments, and Aiden Warrenbrock of Blue Springs with the fastest seat time coming into that at 10 minutes, 11 seconds. So Bell out by herself, really trying to pick him up and put him down here and get done with this race. I don't know if she's going to be able to break the 12:40 mark. We'll see what happens. She's already at 12:30, so it's not going to be as fast as her seat time, although it could be close, but not quite. She had a seat time of 12:43. Kicking towards the line. Here comes Bell to win the girls' 3,200-meter run, and she does it in a time of 12 minutes and 49 seconds. Not an easy race to run when you are just simply running by yourself. Runs 12:49.57, and the junior runs a 94 last quarter in the process.
Well,
second place, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Second place still on the backstretch. We're just now coming through the corner. That is how big of a lead Kaylee Bell had.
Anything close to that seat time, if she can finish with that, which she did, is pretty impressive. As you said, with her basically running by herself.
Josie Hilton in second place. There is Kramer, Nora Kramer. Hilton hits the line, 13:51. And here comes Kramer. out of St. Teresa's, sophomore. Drives towards the line, runs 14:06. Still have one runner left on the track.
Starting to see the 4x4 teams warming up in the infield, taking some laps and staying loose before the final event of the meet.
Reagan Kastner still to finish. She is now at the head of the straightaway with just a little over 100 meters to go.
Teammates cheering her on as she finishes up here.
The sophomore finishing up here. And she will hit the line at 15 minutes and 15 seconds unofficially. Ends up being 15:14.92. There's your winner, Kaylee Bell. An official time, 11 minutes, 15 and 55. No, it's 12:49.57 is the official time.
Boys are stepping out onto the track now for their 3200. And earlier in the elite race, Rod, you said the winning time was 9:05.
Ian Kimmy, who we saw finish third in the 800 meters, won the 3200 meters in 9:05.
Wow.
They're trying to bring up we have the elite 32, trying to find the field of the regular 3200 meters. We do have a lineup on paper. Aiden Warrenbrock, Noah Heckman, Landon Blue, Bennett Mantooth, Justin Horn, Quentin Falk, Caden Scalfaro, Jacob Rydell, Ethan Hockham, Todd Yeast, Aiden Kimitzer, Colton Hewlin. You see the rest of the field there. Jacobson, Habila, Arista, all ready to go. And Warren Brock,
Okay, guys, stand
early on in the season, 10-11 is not bad, but wow, the rest of that field in that elite race was just absolutely loaded. And we're underway.
This is one of the more crowded races that we've had today, probably even more than the 1600 meter.
Yeah, and officially 21 runners in this race.
We'll see how this blend goes. Looks like it's pretty clean.
Yep, everybody's strung out enough that, ooh, there was a little bit of a trip up at the front of the pack. Boy, everyone getting out quickly. 36 at the quarter.
Looks like that's Noah Heckman from North Platte in the lead, with Caden Scalfaro from Blue Springs South right behind him, and still some jockeying for position here as they come through the first lap of the 3200 meters. So 8 total laps, first of which is coming through right now. We'll see what that first 400 meter split is.
68. Not too bad. Landon Blue from Green Valley also up there, the freshman. See what the splits come up. That is Yates at 111. Hewlin next. Hockman. Ivani. Scalfaro. Wilkes. It's a fairly young squad, too. When you talk about this race, it's a sophomore leading it, followed by a freshman, a sophomore, two more freshmen, three more freshmen. So this is a young group of kids running as well.
So one of the things that stands out to me about the leader, Noah Heckman, is his form and his arms. It's not uncommon for distance runners to cross their arms, right? But look how straight he keeps his arms on the
He doesn't bring his, what happens is he doesn't unhinge them as he brings them up. Normally you try to unhinge them just a little bit, straighten them out on the downstroke, and then bring them back up. But that is not the case. His arms stay locked, and that's where where they are is where they are at about a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, well, we'll see near the end of as the race progresses if he's able to keep them that straight. But yeah, it's a very mechanical type of form. You don't see that very often in distance runners.
You know, the one thing you run into, of course, is prevalent in the quarter, in the 800, in any kick in the distance races, your ability to hold your form and not flail your arms, and that comes from the endurance in your triceps. Everyone thinks that, they talk about the power from running comes in your biceps and your forearms, but the ability to keep yourself upright, keep your arms from flailing, comes in the back of your arms and your tricep area. You got to have great endurance in that upper part of your body to hold form. We'll see how that pans out when you have this type of arm swing. You can see it's a little looser now than it was. You see his hands starting to come up a little bit more now.
Yep.
In fifth place, 51 points, Liberty. In fourth place with 53 points,
just hanging on there right now.
In third place with 58 points,
Justin Horn also right there. Also up there is Ali Abela
from Oak Park.
2:24 at the half. A 74 quarter for the junior.
There's another school we haven't said a whole lot today is Oak Park. In fact, that might be the first time. Haven't heard that one yet, but yeah, Habila looks like he's in third. He's in the mix right there. So at this point, it looks like it's a six-man race.
Of six up there. It's Mantooth and Blue. Warren Brock. All up there in the top six. It's starting to string out just a little bit. See Habila trying to maybe force things just a little bit, deciding that he wants to go out in front and lead this race. Stringing the others out just a little bit. Now it's quickly becoming a two-person fight as they begin to pull away just a little bit. See what they do here at the mile split with 4 laps to go now. Abila's still out in front. Rest of the field trying to catch back up. I think it surprised him just a little bit that he went out that fast. Runs a 76. He's at 4:59 at the mile mark. Or 1,600-meter mark. Warren Brock now moving up to second. Yates in third. Horn also there. That group of 6 really becoming pretty much a group of 3. The other 3 being left behind, getting strung out just a little bit. Abela, Warren Brock, Yates.
And as a runner in the 3,200 meter, are you sometimes content to kind of tuck in behind the front runner, let them kind of set the pace, and then just kind of work off of them? And
it depends on what the race is going to be. I mean, if you know your competition, obviously, if you know the guy has a great kick, you want to maybe try to force him to use up some energy as much as he can. If you know that you've got a pretty good kick and you feel you're confident in that, then you may want to just stay right there on him and wait to the last 300, 400 meters and apply the pressure then. The difference between this race and, of course, and some of the others is you have time to make some decisions in the 3,200 about what you want to do. You have so little time in the 400, especially in the 4x4, where you're running the second, third, and fourth legs, where you have to make very quick decisions about how much energy you want to put into your race to catch up to somebody. If you're 3, 4, 5 steps behind them, or vice versa. So here you actually get to make some decisions about what you're doing on the race, where you don't normally get to do that. As you see Halima start to fall back a little bit. It's becoming a two-person race now.
And then have time
Brock and Yates
decide realize whether that was a good decision or not.
Yeah.
And then you have time to make another decision, right?
You do.
Yeah.
You know, in the 800, in the 400, you've got about 10 seconds to make that decision right at the start, or even less, about the first, 50 meters. In the 800 meters, you get the first lap to really kind of decide, or about the first 200 to 300 meters. But in this race, you do have to start thinking about some of the things you want to do. And Aliva, I think, just felt it was time to force the issue a little bit and see what he could do and try to get out in front, see how everybody else reacted. But it has not proven to be a move that he maybe wanted to do there. So Warren Brock, Yates, out comfortably now. He will get the bell lap in just a few minutes, or just a few moments. Both looking very, very strong.
And Yates just a sophomore, so that's impressive to see.
One lap to go. They hit the line in 8:51. That was a 76 last quarter, 76 for both runners. Aliva falling back into the clutches of the last couple of runners that were in that battle. And as Horn and Heckman, Mantooth, all right there. And now you see Warren Brock start to pull away a little bit. Warren Brock now starting to sprint, trying to get up on his toes. Yates does not have an answer. Warren Brock continuing to power away. This is not going to be a bad time for him. Warren Brock, if he can get to, he's looking at the clock and he can see, man, I have a chance to break 10 minutes. But here comes Yates. Yates on the outside, sprinting for the line, and Yates may have just pipped him at 10 flat. Wow, what a finish by Todd Yates. The sophomore came out of nowhere from a group of lapped runners, and he runs 9:59.94, beats Warren Brock's 9:59.98, 4/100ths of a second. What a race by the young sophomore, and what a kick.
That was an impressive finish. We counted him out, and I thought I didn't see him until probably 40 meters to go. I saw him at the corner of my eye, and there he just started. And Warren Brock had a pretty good finish. He kicked it in about, may have kicked it in just a little bit too soon, about that 150, 200 meter mark.
I think he probably went a little bit over, but he saw the clock and he saw that he had a chance to break the 10-minute barrier, so he really started pouring it on. And but Yates came out from around a group of lapped runners. There were 2 lapped runners right there, and he just came out of nowhere and smokes Warren Brock in the last 10 meters. See if we can get a replay of that finish. That was really something by the youngster. 9:59.94 to 9:59.98. Horn gets third in a time of 10:18.
So saving perhaps the best comeback for close to last in this race.
Wow, that was something.
with 53 points.
You see the start of this race, which had Haliba, who finishes 5th, by the way. Ollie decided to really force the issue, but right here you see Yates and Warrenbrock decide, okay, we're going to make this a 2-person fight. Here's the end. Now look at Yates come out around the 2 runners. And Warrenbrock starting to lock up a little bit. He is trying so hard. Look how smooth Yates was. I don't know if I'd be reaching for my watch when I'm trying to win a race.
Yeah.
But
I think he would have won by a few more, maybe another second if he just let the clock do the work. But no.
See Todd Yates, 9:59.94. And up to this point, his fastest time was 10:29. He shaved 25 full seconds off his previous base from the season, or from earlier this season. Take a look at the finish here.
From the sophomore.
Oh,
never a question, right?
Nope, about a half a step. Yep. That was a great finish for the youngster. I know he's going to be excited to run 9:59. There's a bright future for him. He's going to see a lot more like that before all is said and done. We have one event left, and it's the best one of the group. The 4x400 meter relays come your way. It's coverage of the Bill Summit Invitational returns in just a moment.
Outside their lane.
Back at the Bill Summa Invitational at William Chrisman High School, down to the final events here in what has been a great Saturday afternoon. Nate, it's been fun.
It has been fun. This is my second time here. I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity, thank the crew behind the scenes that does the majority of the work. We just come out here and we get to talk track and field, so we have the easy part, but it really is a privilege to be here. Love track and field, love the competition, just love seeing everybody's reaction to the races, and on top of that, we had a beautiful day to talk track and field. So that just was just made it even more better.
We've got 2 heats of the girls 4x400. And you talk about some fast times. Wait till you get to the second heat of this. Rockbridge 4:04 so far in this young season, and that is pretty fast. And we talk about the handoffs here. First handoffs, of course, can be a little bit nerve-wracking, to say the least, in the 4x4, depending on how close the battle is.
There'll be lanes. The first leg will run in their lanes, and then the second leg will run in their lane for the first 100, and then they'll cut in.
And then break in.
Mm-hmm. And so they have the little small cones set up there along the track after the 100 meters,
that's
and that's
the thing.
where they'll break in.
When you're the first leg, you got to remember, I run in my lane.
Right.
Oh, and we have a false start here, the first of 2 heats. You know, we talked about that. Oh, and they're going to make, who is it? Is it Neosho? It is. Well,
oh, it's a
just
sad deal.
See
that's a sad way
to
to
your kids
end
walk off the track.
Right.
And,
sad way to end the meet.
It is.
So it's a 3-team race between Park Hill, Grandview, and William Chrisman now. And this is they are keeping team scores, so.
Yep, so it does make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly get them back underway. That's one thing, the starters here, they do not let you just mull around. They get you back in the blocks and get you going again.
So these runners they'll run in their lane for their leg, the first leg, and then they'll hand off to the second leg runners, who will stay in their lane for the first 100 meters. And with a 3-team race, this probably won't be too crowded at that point. Once we get into the heats, with next heat will be 8 teams if they all run. That might be a little bit more hectic, but we'll just have to wait and see. But so far, it looks like it's Grandview in lane 5 with the lead, but when you take into an account the stagger, Park Hill is right there too in lane 3. So 3 and 5. First handoffs coming up. Looks like both are going to use open handoffs. That's the safe way to go. And as you talked about it earlier, Rod, usually you see 2 or 3 steps from the outgoing runner, get a good start, have that be a nice transition from runner to runner as they hand the baton off, and then look back and receive it with the open hand. And the key is make sure you see the baton, make sure you have it before you, make sure that the runner that's handing off, make sure they have a good hold of it. Don't assume anything.
But because you never try to reach, grab for the baton, you let the runner put it in your hand, then you take it.
Yep.
You never know what that person's going to do. They're tired when they're coming at you, so.
Well, Grandview cut in, and the second leg runner has taken the lead for Grandview as they come down the home stretch here. So a good leg by Grandview, the second leg. Heading on to the third leg.
You see that just a stutter step instead of a run and turn, and maybe that's the way they've just decided that's the way they're going to take the baton. Oh, and a trip. There, the third leg. I believe that was William Chrisman. I think you see when you get into some of the faster races, they will not be stutter stepping like that. They will be in the full run mode, especially if it's close. Cannot believe how much time you can make up in a good hand. Of people used to not think that was so much important in the 4x8 and the 4x4, but it really has turned out to be that way.
Looks like that's Marissa Presley Robinson from Grandview on the third leg, lengthening the lead, with Park Hill in second. But this race is all Grandview coming into the final handoff. And on that handoff, she barely took any step. She just waited. So at that point, maybe it's just a safe handoff, not so much quick. Looks like that's Jayla Mitchell for Grandview running the anchor leg. So we see the bib numbers, and then they have the lane numbers, and they got 2 lane numbers, both on the jersey and on their shorts.
Timing and scoring does like that. They appreciate that. We appreciate the bib numbers. We're going to see really cool. These are really cool looking. We're going to see some others. Shawnee Mission North going to bib numbers this year. We appreciate that.
Yes, we do.
The fans, you know, and I liked it because it's you keep them, you know, and it's something to put in your scrapbook.
Yeah.
You and I haven't accumulated any of those over the years, have we?
No, just a couple. So Jayla Mitchell running the anchor leg for Grandview as they take the win in the first of 2 sections in the 4x4. Fort Scott in second. Or Park Hill, sorry. Park Hill in second, and William Chrisman will come in third.
We are ready to see Rockbridge here. Not taking anything away from these 3 young teams that just competed. This next heat is going to really be a war. We're looking at some very fast times. Rockbridge 4:04. You're looking at the North Platte at 4:14. Blue Springs South 4:15. And then a couple of 4:18s and even a 4:19 in that group. So that is going to be fast.
Yeah,
it's starting to thin out a little bit. Their kids are done, so they're going home. Easter planning to get done or other weekend activities. So
Some of these teams have a little bit farther than others to travel to get home.
Just a few miles between some of these teams.
Mm-hmm. Except Green City.
Except Green City.
2.5 hours away. 2:20, I think it said.
There you see the lineup: Liberty, Battle, Blue Springs South, Rock Bridge. Look at that time. North Platte, Green Valley, St. Teresa's Academy, and Liberty North. As we get ready to go in Heat 2. And again, there will be 2 heats of the boys race as well.
And Rock Bridge ran that 4:04.66 just last weekend at the Shawnee Mission South Relays. That's a very, very, very quick time. As I look at these times, especially the majority of them, especially lanes 2 through 7, their seed times, these look more like state times already early in the season.
This is my red, don't step in my red, okay? This is my red. It's like a wall right here, okay?
A little bit of a delay, not sure what they are working on. A little trouble with the block, I think. They had to replace one of them. It's sitting in lane 3. Now they're getting it adjusted and getting ready to go. And that is Blue Springs South. See the neon green uniforms.
One of the strangest 4x4s I ever saw was actually my sister-in-law was running for Cloud County Community College indoor at the Junior Nationals at K-State. We were talking about Ahern earlier. And one girl cut off another girl, and she proceeded to hit her over the head with her baton. It was an assault on the track. Of course, there wasn't any, I don't think there were any video cameras back then. So my father-in-law, and my fiance at the time, now wife, we saw it live, and it was quite the spectacle. But they finished the race, and I'm not sure, I can't remember if anybody was DQ'd or not, but.
But the one rule, and we just say this jokingly, you know, someone asked me, so what are the rules different in indoor track compared to outdoor track? I said, yeah, you can do anything but
hit them over the head with a baton.
Just shove them to the track, you know. I mean, you can elbow them, you can do just about anything you want, but.
Yeah, and I think the girl was okay. I don't think there were injuries, but it was not what we expected.
It was different.
And it's a tight track. It's a 200 meter. It's not
very small.
It's not outdoors. There was not a lot of room. So
it is roller derby. Yep. We talked about the crowds out to the edge of the track, the students out to the edge of the track. You'll get a chance to see what we're talking about here in a little bit. As we are underway here in the second heat of the girls 4x400.
And Rock Bridge is already out to an early lead, and there the wave of fans, teammates, moving from the back stretch over to the home stretch. We're going to have a lot of cheering going on right here. That's Rock Bridge in the lead. A great first leg for Rock Bridge, but just outside of Rock Bridge is North Platte.
So he gets the handoff first.
Looks like it's North Platte by a couple of seconds. Rock Bridge not too far behind, so these runners will run in their lanes for the first 100, and then they'll cut in. And then from there on, it's inside lanes. Occasionally, not very often, occasionally you'll see a runner, a second leg, forget that they can cut in.
Boy,
and that's really sad to see. But
look at Blue Springs South. Wow, look at that second leg.
She just cut in on the inside. You leave a little bit of gap there, and runners will take advantage of that.
Do not want to give up anybody passing on the inside. Springs South, Rock Bridge, North Platte. 1, 2, and 3, and now here comes Rock Bridge back into the front.
And Blue Springs South might have gotten out just a little bit too quick.
We talk about what kind of chances you want to take to catch up or get towards the front, and that may be it. That was a great handoff by Blue Springs South. You saw that one. That got them a little bit of space between second and third.
The outgoing runner was moving at a pretty good pace when he got the baton, and that's what you want to see. Keep the baton moving. That's the key.
See them working down the backstretch. Rockbridge still in front. Bell Springs South in second.
And I think that team running back and forth are the Rockbridge teammates.
And you notice
sure
their colors are actually green, but some of the kids wear pink.
Yeah.
You know, they do get to wear pink.
It looks like two teams, but I think it's the same team. I think they're all
pretty much
Rockbridge.
And Rockbridge looking very strong now. One leg to go. Nice kick by the runner from Blue Springs. And good handoff, too.
Pretty good.
They are underway.
The Blue Springs South anchor leg got out pretty early, but
almost had
her teammate was coming in at a good clip, too. So it actually turned out fairly well, better than I thought it was going to when she left. But
boy, is she getting left behind now, though. Runner from Rockbridge really moving, trying to take everyone out of this fight. Runner from North Platte also.
I hope none of the teammates pull a muscle running back and forth.
Yeah, they get injured. Don't trip over the pole vault runway or anything.
Well, here comes North Platte.
Yep, North Platte looking very, very good. North Platte's going to challenge here. 100 meters to go. Is there enough time to catch him? It's not over yet. North Platte, look at this. From way outside, they win.
Wow, what a finish.
In 4:08.94, that is a 59 last quarter. Wow. And it took all of 59 to do that.
Rockbridge doing their best to hang on, but not enough. North Platte was determined on that race.
It was a tremendous leg. 59.41 on that last leg. Now remember, that's a little bit short of 400 meters because she actually got out there well enough. Boy, what a run, though.
And Rockbridge's anchor ran a 61, too, so that's not shabby. It's not like she ran a slow leg by any means.
No, that was plenty fast, too. And that last leg was just outstanding. That is Olivia Rogers who ran that last leg. Rogers really turning it on there at the end.
Two heats of the boys 4x4 coming up. We have lanes 2 through 7 in one of two. This is the last, so two more races today. Two races of the boys 4x4 to finish off this 61st Bill Summa invite. And let's take a look at the lane assignments for the first of two. Fort Osage in lane 2 coming in with a time of 3:45.32. William Chrisman 3:43.88. Hermitage 3:40.14. Raytown in lane 5 3:43.81. Battle in lane 6 3:44 flat. And Grandview coming in with a time of 3:46.55. Fastest seed time coming into the next heat we'll be talking about here shortly is Liberty North with a 3:28. That's cooking. We talked a little bit about, so good picture there of the spikes, and I don't know, it's been a while since I ran, but those aren't just traditional socks, right?
No, compression leggings, like
okay.
tights, like tights without everything else.
Gotcha. Okay. And to do it right, you got to match them with the spikes, right?
Well, I guess you must.
See, I wore tubes. I had tube socks.
Yeah, we never got that cool stuff when we were younger.
I got tube socks because I really wanted these Adidas spikes that I ordered out of East Bay, but they're one size too big. So I had to wear socks big socks.
You know, always
two pairs sometimes.
Always teased my 800-meter runner. Had one, Matthew Wright, who ended up being just a tremendous 800-meter runner. But he always wore socks. And I told him, I said, Matthew, do you realize that every ounce is 500 pounds over a mile? Really? Yes. Never wore the socks again.
That's funny.
And he ran 2 seconds faster at Nationals than he did at Region 6. So I think I probably tricked him mentally more than anything else. But
yeah, well, it probably worked.
He's a great kid. Great kid, great runner. Worked with his dad for so many years. Great broadcaster down in Wichita. John Wright just retired. Wish him the best.
Well, that was probably my problem. I was wearing tube socks the whole time.
That could have been it.
Nope. If you would have told me that, I would have ran faster.
Distance runners are just weird anyway. I mean, I admit it. We're superstitious. So here we go with the first of 2 heats of the 4x400. It's been a great meet. It's been a great afternoon here at William Chrisman High School as we are finishing things up.
Looks like Hermitage in lane 4 with the early lead, and Battle in lane 6. So we'll see who hands off first. Looks like it's going to be Hermitage. It is, and then Battle. And then William Chrisman in lane 3. Looks like they're in 3rd at this point. So these runners will stay in their lanes, and then we'll see them after the 100. They'll start to file in once they get past those cones.
Boy, Fort Osage tried to make a comeback in this race. They handed off last, and they're really fighting hard. You see one runner staying out in his lane. In fact, a couple of runners stayed out in their lane. Now they're starting to blend in. Now they get it. They will run a few extra meters. Fort Osage trying to get us that point. And we have one runner just give up. One runner, I don't know if it's an injury, just slowing down, yep. So unfortunate there as the next handoff is away.
William Chrisman, Hermitage, and Battle.
Not sure who that last team was that fell out there. Was that Grandview?
I think it was.
It was.
Yep.
Unfortunate there.
So it looks like they're still in the race, but yeah, he did let up quite a bit there at the end.
That last quarter was 51 for William Chrisman. So one more handoff left to go.
That's Chance Carrara Natabrashi for Battle. Anchor leg. Or third leg, sorry, going into the anchor leg. William Chrisman making a late surge. Fourth and final leg of the first heat of the boys 4x4. And that's Battle looking strong right now, and that is Cedric Lakes running the anchor leg for Battle. William Chrisman in second.
Just 150 meters to go. Battle still in first. William Chrisman in second. They power their way through the last turn. And look at the runner for Battle really starting to pull away. He had a lot in the tank, a lot left.
Cedric Lakes with a strong finish for Battle.
Lakes just powers his way in there to the finish line. Unofficially about 3:38:31. He runs a 53 last quarter for the Spartans. And probably could have done a little bit more. Nice and smooth, very relaxed, head very, very still. Nice job.
When you run for battle, right? You have the right frame of mind when you're running a race.
Yeah.
It's on your chest.
Yep.
You don't have a choice.
So the Spartans, the winner of Heat 1 of the 4x400 in 3 minutes 38 and 31 hundredths. And the final race of the day coming up. Heat 2 of the boys 4x400. Blue Springs South in lane 1. Wanataka in lane 2. Neosho in lane 3. Liberty North in lane 4. Rockbridge in lane 5. Green Valley in lane 6. Liberty in lane 7. Park Hill is in lane 8. And the fastest time you see there from Liberty North, 3:28.64. It will start out in lane 4.
Looks like the leading time in the state of Missouri so far this year is Festus. They ran a 3:27.52 at the Mineral Area Relays on April 1st, a week ago. But that 3:28.64, that's moving. That's a fast time. We'll see what they can do here today. It looks like they're going to get some pretty good competition from Rockbridge and Green Valley and Neosho. And we have to remember they're only seed time, so it's not the official time. It's not what they're going to run here. And we've seen
we have seen some incredible improvements.
Mm-hmm.
We just saw that in the 3200. The young Yates runner coming away with a win, breaking the 10-minute barrier, running about 25 seconds faster than his seed time.
Now, I hope we have the same teammate support from Rockbridge in this race that we had in the girls 4x4. I don't see a big crowd gathered yet, but I see a lot of people leaving.
I see
off the
a big
track.
crowd of kids coming from the bleachers on the other side. Maybe they're coming to support their team.
That's good. Let's see, what are they wearing? Blue, so they'd probably be, would that be maybe Park Hill or?
Could be.
Blue Springs, no?
Well, if they're going to cross, they better get across in a hurry because
we are almost underway.
This has been such a great meet. Been so much fun to be here and watch all these kids. Well, they've got a gator sitting out in the middle of the track, so they're not going to be able to do this just yet. So they're going to, they need to hold them up here. We've got a tractor in the way.
Thankfully, that tractor can move pretty quick.
Yep.
All right, it's off the track now. I think we're good.
Now we're going. There we go.
Take them to the inside. Take the blocks to the inside. Hey, my friend, set those #1 blocks.
All right, it all comes down to this.
It all comes down to this, and we are underway.
Final team result for the girls.
Final race of the boys 4x400 meter relay.
Liberty in 4th place, 54 points. Liberty North.
Looks like Neosho in lane 3. And on the outside, that is Liberty in lane 7.
Wait, look at the space they put in between the other runners.
Looks like lane 5 is out, so Rockbridge is not running.
And Park Hill looking good. Who gets the handoffs first? Park Hill gets the baton first. But this is where you really start. I mean, the 400 meters, these legs, the second leg can always be so fast because of the stagger. And I mean, you really just pouring it on, especially through the first 100 meters.
Now, Park Hill, I believe, didn't Park Hill have the 400 meter champion?
They did.
I wonder if he'll be running the anchor leg.
Well, he's going to have to make up some time now. They're falling back a little bit. 2 legs to go, halfway through this 4x400 meter relay. Next handoff Boy, it's a good one. A little bit of a tangle there at the exchange zone by a couple of runners, but everybody away well and still up on their feet.
That was Noah Ola of Grain Valley High School on that leg, running a strong second leg.
Grain Valley still out in front. Liberty High School in second. Liberty North now in third. Blue Springs South falling back to fourth place, I believe. 143.90. Coming around for the last leg. This is going to be it. We have a new leader. That's Liberty High School with a great handoff at Liberty. He put some distance between themselves and the rest of the field. We'll see what the splits come up. That is Liberty out in front. Now, their fastest time this season so far was 3:32, and they're going to do pretty well.
Jonathan Kazmaier of Liberty running the anchor leg.
That was a 51 last quarter to get themselves back up into the fight and get themselves at the front. They're trying to keep it there. But here comes Grain Valley. This is going to be a fight to the end. Liberty out in front. Boy, what a smooth run as they come from the third in the third leg, and they win the boys 4x400 in a time of 3:29 and change. We'll get the final results here in just a moment, but what a finish. 3 minutes, 28.11 seconds. That was a 52 last quarter. Grain Valley in second, 3:29.38. There's the finish right there. What a nice win for Liberty here in the boys 4x400 meter relay.
And that was Liberty North's Colin Kleinen on the anchor leg, trying to bring them back. They got third. They came in with the fastest seed time, but Liberty wins it with that 3:28.11.
Stay with us when we come back. We'll wrap things up here from what has been a great day of track and field as coverage of the Bill Summa Invitational returns right after this timeout. And it has been a great day of track and field. And Nate, great to work with you again. We'll see you here in a couple of weeks. Our next coverage of track and field and a broadcast in full will come from the 71st Shawnee Mission North Relays. That's coming your way the first Friday in May. We look forward to it.
Should be fun. Had a blast out here today and can't wait to do it again.
It's been a great day of track and field. Thanks to all the cameramen, everybody back at the truck. We couldn't do it without you. It has been a great broadcast at the Hy-Vee Game of the Week and the 61st Bill Summa Invitational. For all of us at Spectrum Sports, for Nate Hill, I'm Rod Zook. So long, everybody.